of Commissioners to order. It is August 22, 6:32 p.m. Thanks everybody for being here. We're going to start off tonight with prayer. So Pastor Lloyd could come forward and open us up. That'd be great.
Let's go ahead and pray together. Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you that you are enthroned in majesty. Father, we thank you that you are our creator. Lord, you are the maker of all the good gifts that we see around us. And Lord, we know that you are also the sustainer, the one who upholds us each and every day. Father, we thank you for your sustaining of our community. Lord, through the rains that you've sent over the last few weeks, watering the crops and making everything green again. Lord, we thank you and praise you for that. Father, we thank you for our community and all the schools that will be starting up or have started up already. Lord, the children that we have are a gift from you and an incredible investment for the future. And so, Father, we pray for our schools that you would bless them. Father, we thank you also that you have put us together as a community and you've given us leaders to go ahead and lead in this community. Father, we pray for the commissioners, especially this evening. Lord, as you've called them to serve you in this place, to call them to lead in this community. Father, we ask that you would give them wisdom, give them grace, give them understanding, help them to know the decisions that they should make. Lord, there is no simple, no easy decision that is, it seems like ever before them. Father, may you give them the wisdom that they need to govern and lead in such a way that this community would be blessed, that we would be able to grow in your good gifts, and that we would be drawn closer to you too. So Father, we pray, give us wisdom and lead and guide to your honor and glory. We ask it all in Jesus' name. Amen.
All right, if you could please stand and join me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Right, will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Miss Cosby. Here. Mrs. Ebel. Here. Mr. Zylstra.
Here.
Mr. Bonema.
Here.
Mr. Moss.
Here.
Mr. Terpstra.
Here.
Mrs. Curran. Here. Mrs. Rhodey. Here. Mr. Belknap.
Here.
Mr. Bergman.
Here.
Mrs. Miedema. Here. Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, moving past correspondence, we are going to go to public comment. If you're here for public comment, please remember to address your comments to the chair, and you'll have 3 minutes to address anything you'd like to say. Do we have a list?
Yes. Number 1, Michael Kuras, Spring Lake Township.
I am Michael Kuras. I live in Spring Lake Township. I have 3 minutes. I want to address the pending resolution to apply for a grant from the federal DOJ. I am referring to the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, JAG program. I do not want to suggest that the proposed use of the grant money is without merit, quite the contrary. I am, however, concerned about the stated objectives of the grant program itself and what might be inferred from an Ottawa County application for funds from that program. One of the several objectives of this grant program is promotion of so-called racial equity. I know what is meant by racial equality, and I support it. In a nutshell, racial equality means that racial characteristics play no role whatsoever in the assessment of individuals. And I know what racial means. It refers to the superficial characteristics that distinguish various groups of individual human beings, such as so-called whites and blacks and yellows and reds, etc. And I know what equity means. Again, in a nutshell, equity means you get what you deserve. but I have no idea what racial equity means. Surely it does not mean that certain groups of human beings are deserving or not of anything. This nation is founded on the notion of individual rights and responsibilities, not on group rights and responsibilities. And most certainly, its ideals do not embrace distinguishing groups based on such superficial characteristics as race. So I ask this of you, Mr. Chair, and of the entire board, what exactly do you understand this objective of the program to be, and why might you endorse it by applying for a grant from this program? Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 2, Dawn Brummels, Allendale Township.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Dawn Brummels from Allendale, Michigan. I'm here today to support the 6 principled commissioners who stand unwavering in their support of our constitutions and individual rights. Not looking for self-promotion, they stand on the principles that we voted them in for, values and principles that have been long-standing, resting on the Constitution. We're thankful for them. We are aware of the continued abuse they receive, even as recently as yesterday, dangerous threats, and yet still they stand. I'm here today to support the resolution on childhood vaccine waivers for school and childcare. We are a government of we the people, but somehow our nation has become lost in the idea that big government will fix all our problems. It seems the more we lean on a bigger government, the more damage is done. The state of our nation and mental and physical health in America today has not been this dire in a long, long time. Repeatedly throughout COVID, we've been told to trust the experts. We've been told to trust our government. Fast forwarding from the beginning of COVID till now, we know that COVID was manufactured, even though we were told it wasn't. That our government wasn't involved in censorship, even though it was. That ivermectin was nothing more than a horse medicine, even though it has been prescribed for many conditions, from lupus to malaria. That masks work, even though they didn't. That the shot was safe and effective, even though we now have a higher non-COVID related mortality rate in modernized nations that push the vaccine. That lockdowns were healthy, even though it literally contributed to mental illness, long-term academic delays, and failed small businesses that couldn't survive tyranny. I'm thankful for statute 333.9215, law right now, that guarantees the right for parents to exempt recommended medical procedures on the childhood schedule. You see, if we are a government of we the people, it needs to be understood that our government is made up of parents that come from all backgrounds who want the best for their children. We understand that vaccines were deemed unavoidably unsafe by our own government in 1986, and that there is a long list of adverse events associated with each of these vaccines on the 70+ dose childhood schedule, such as encephalitis, seizures, Bell's palsy, asthma, lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, type 1 diabetes. Shall I go on? What is the opposition? Why is it that opposition laughs when they hear a vaccine injury? Why is it that all pharmaceutical products and procedures are legally bound to provide informed consent by giving a list of adverse events except for vaccines? Why are vaccines exempt from in-depth medical scrutiny? I have more questions than I have answers, but I know this much. I learned from how COVID was handled by both the government and the so-called experts that I'm the best advocate for myself and for my own family. For that reason, I applaud this resolution that affirms parental authority in medical decisions over their children. I applaud this resolution that affirms a statutory law that exists on the books.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Number 3, Stephen Rockman, Grand Haven Township.
Good evening, Commissioners. I support to the resolution childhood vaccine waivers for school and childcare. And it comes just in time. COVID restrictions with mask mandates are in the news again. Not because of a new variant, but because of a 2024 election. The 2020 card is being played again. The name isn't about freedom from disease. It's about an election and control. Lockdown, put on a mask, vote by mail, get a shot or grandma will die. Those heavy-handed restrictions is one of the reasons why we, the people, elected Ottawa Impact. The Ottawa Impact, our story recalls, a group of parents met to replace the county commissioners who refused to protect individual freedoms and parental rights in the face of harsh pandemic restrictions. County employees made threats against innocent citizens and issued mandates to control their daily lives. The Ottawa County Department of Public Health closed a private Christian school and threatened parents with fines and jail time for sending their children to school without masks. Consequently, the signatories of Ottawa Impact contract with Ottawa promised to promote and protect liberty and freedom by valuing the people of Ottawa County above the interests of government, corporations, or special interests. I will boldly take action to thwart tyranny, government overreach, and injustice in Ottawa County, and defend the moral responsibility of parents and legal guardians to maintain control of care and upbringing of their children, which must not be usurped by local government or the government school system. The government's moral responsibility for children must remain subservient to parents' rights. 7 of the 8 new board members signed this contract. One broke the promise. He wanted a bureaucratic pandemic panel. For the commissioners honoring the contract, this resolution states, whereas the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners Board swore an oath to uphold the constitutions of the United States and the state of Michigan, which protect the natural, God-given rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These constitutions not only guarantee these freedoms, they also protect and guard against government infringing on these rights. Whereas constitutional freedoms are not suspended in times of crisis or everyday life at the whim of elected officials, unelected health officials, or for the benefit of government bureaucracy or private institutions. Now therefore be it resolved, the Ottawa Board of Commissioners respects the individual freedoms and parental rights of the people of Ottawa County to make choices regarding childhood vaccines. In summary, promises made, promises kept. Ottawa County, where freedom reigns. God bless you and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Number 4, Kristen Megan Kelly, Hudsonville.
Hi, I'm Kristen Megan from Hudsonville. Thank you for recognizing veterans in our community. I bring a different angle to this appreciation as a disabled veteran, 100% rated. I am also a former VA employee. I was a GS-12 and have worked with veterans and navigated the issues and confusion related to the VBA and VHA. I have done pro bono work since 2011 for veterans regarding their claims, and I have heard from veterans from all political spectrums, including older veterans, even from the Korean War. I am not claiming to speak for all veterans, but I convey commonalities from veterans I have worked with from varying backgrounds and experiences. I appreciate you reading the fine print on grants and pausing to ensure you are not violating the privacy rights of mental health patients. There are many reasons veterans deny seeking counseling and utilizing benefits. Too often, funds go unused due to the regular run-of-the-mill, closed-door, uncomfortable setting of off-white walls, ungrabbed pamphlets, and fear of being viewed as crazy. They're also unaware of how to navigate the VA and what benefits they qualify for. The veterans I have worked with feel there should be counseling and therapy out of the customary setting that falters a self-guided, supervisory-led group outing with fellow veterans who can relate to others at their own comfort level. There are opportunities to echo neighboring communities, but we can be fiscally responsible by moving this whole action under the health department. Common issues veterans face are transitions, meaning healthy relationships due to triggers, delayed care, being over-medicated, astronomical wait times to obtain administrative or medical support, and being mocked for issues that cannot be seen or visible. Additionally, we cannot forget the spouses of veterans who bear the brunt of the frustration of veterans feeling forgotten or passed around until they give up. But I do want to thank the current VSO and other veteran support in our community because they need more supportive staff. In closing, I support the hiring of Jordan Epperson. Jordan was recently attacked for social media posts before he enlisted in the Marines, before he found his faith and purpose. I know Jordan to be a highly organized and very dedicated worker who is passionate about upholding his oath. On that note, the selective outrage by this community is disgusting and hypocritical. Where's the outrage behind the social media posts where sexual comments were made about my 7-year-old daughter eating a vagina because she came here and used her own words against LGBT grooming on children? I'd also like to address the rumor that was made in a previous meeting, thinking that I am the person that is in the running for the VA director. No offense, but I made an amendment to myself that I would never work for the government ever again. But the person who spread this rumor most likely got that information from the same person that told them masks can stop an aerosolized virus and their vaccines stop transmission. Find new sources and trust the science, because you're going to want to follow me for part 2, because I'm also an exposure scientist who's going to expose the hazards of lack of informed consent on vaccinations.
Thank you.
Number 5, Nate Kelly, Hudsonville.
Geez Louise, I gotta follow that up. I'm Nathaniel Kelly from Hudsonville. I just wanted to come and show my support to you, the board, for your veterans resolution. I absolutely am 100% on board with this, and I know that the majority of the veterans in our county are on board with this. We do come out of the military and we are seeking help that we are not able to receive through the VA quickly. The VSOs are extremely overwhelmed. They have veterans coming from my wartime and previous war times that they are trying to catch up on. We have needs that are not actually being met. We are being set to the side. We would look to the county for extra help. This help could come in the fact of, once we get out of the military, we need help transitioning. We need to know where we can get jobs. We need to know where we can get medical care. We need to know who is out here to support us. After that, we need to know how to apply for our benefits that we are able to receive from our injuries received in combat, such as myself, who is 80% disabled. I needed to know where I apply and how I apply to receive my rating after I got blown up in combat. Younger people need this help. There's also the older veterans. The older veterans are trying to navigate a system on computers that is becoming more and more difficult. They need classes, they need education, and they need help. They need somebody to sit with them and be like, excuse me, sir, I understand what you're going through. Let's work through this together. Thus, bringing forward an extracurricular group or somebody else who can help assist with these VSOs would help tremendously. Secondly, I would like to speak to asking for help from the interim health director. I have noticed through the meetings that have come about that some people are worried about the variants that are coming through. Variants for a disease or a virus that is causing disease, that is endemic. This is an endemic virus that we are going to face for the rest of our lives. It would behoove the interim health director to come with a very detailed, compiled PowerPoint presentation explaining the mutations of the proteins on the SARS-CoV-2 virus spike protein, which enable binding to the ACE2 receptors and thus infection. Once infection is conferred, disease is transmitted. Now, I would also like to ask for detailed information, as in the community. What is our disease rate? What is our death rate? What is our infection rate? These vaccinations that we are being given, are they neutralizing vaccinations? Are we developing IgG? Are we developing IgA antibodies? What immunity is being conferred and for how long? Thank you very much. I applaud you for your efforts.
Thank you.
Number 6, Rachel Atwood, Georgetown Township.
Hi, my name is Rachel Atwood, and I'm here to speak in support of your amazing resolution having to do with parental rights, parental consent, informed medical consent. Parents pride themselves in being the experts on their children. I am the expert on my daughter Joy and my son Timmy. I know every little inch of their body, where they have a cut, where they have a mole. I can tell when my son has his underwear inside out, even when he's fully clothed. When we're parents, we know everything. How can we know everything if we aren't given informed consent for medical treatments? Before I feed my child anything, I look at the ingredient list and I make an informed choice on whether or not I want to feed that to my kid. But when I go to my doctor or to my waiver visit with the health department, I was offered no information on any of the vaccines. Nowhere am I ever offered an ingredient list, potential adverse reactions, or how to report an adverse reaction. Unfortunately, my son had a severe adverse reaction to the only vaccine he's ever received. It was the varicella vaccine, and I was coerced into giving it to my son against my deeply held religious beliefs by this health department administration, Marsha Manzaray. Legal action did ensue, and I did prove that what was done to me was wrong. However, I did not have the money to bring it to court. I applaud you for trying to incorporate more transparency in the waiver system for parents so that they can make an expert decision on what they think is best for their child. I wasn't given that for my son. I didn't know that there are aborted babies used in the manufacturing of the varicella vaccine, or that that vaccine was potentially contaminated with aborted fetal DNA, which can increase the likelihood of an adverse reaction like what my son suffered. So thank you for promoting medical freedom and informed choice. This isn't anti-vax. This is just pro-informed consent. Parents can make the best decisions for their families when they have all the information, and that is all this resolution is about. So thank you very much, and I fully support your actions today.
Thank you.
Number 7, Don Dykstra, Georgetown Township.
Hi, I'm Don Dykstra. A veteran is a person who has had service or experience in a particular occupation or field. For example, a person who has served or is serving in the armed forces today. There are 21.8 million veterans in the United States who have dedicated years of hard work and commitment to our country. I stand proudly among them, having served in the Army in the Vietnam War. There are many different ways that someone could have been involved in fighting for our country. There are 5 different branches of military: Air Force, Navy, Army, Coast Guard, and Marine Corps. Each branch of the military is special and different, but equally important. Some veterans served overseas and some never left the country. Regardless of where or how they served, their service still counts. There are a lot of important reasons why we should honor a veteran. One of the biggest reasons is because they risked their lives to protect all of us. Thousands of soldiers have bravely fought for our freedom in some truly scary places. Today, many veterans still face side effects of war. We need to support our veterans to cope with this. An average of 22 veterans take their own lives daily, which is heartbreaking. These veterans, things like fireworks can trigger flashbacks, nightmares, feeling emotionally isolated, and having anxieties over many things. These symptoms can start small and turn into major issues that make a huge importance on the veteran's life. This is an important reason why we need to support our veterans and help make them feel honored and giving them a treatment they both need and deserve to live their lives with dignity. Currently, there is no veteran support in Ottawa County, resulting in vets having to travel outside our county and get the various kinds of support they need. Let's make Ottawa County a unique place where we could provide quality service on local level, including therapy groups for those with PTSD, who would benefit from being together with others who truly understand the isolation they often feel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 8, Darlene Dykstra, Georgetown Township.
Darlene Dykstra, Georgetown Township. There's 3 different points I'd like to make. I'd like to thank you for considering developing services for serving our own county vets, of which I'm understanding there's something like 12,000 in Ottawa County alone. I was saddened today to talk to someone who is working with veterans, who help veterans. And she was saying that a while back, and I don't know exactly when, but she talked to Roger Victory saying, can you help? Is there any way we can help with the veterans, help our veterans here in the county? It was met with nothing, no follow-up, nothing. And I think that's a sad state of affairs that our elected officials are not even willing to talk about it and explore ideas. Lastly, our church is in its 3rd year this year to honor vets to provide a vets banquet for them, an appreciation banquet for all branches of service, including the National Guard. And it's available. We're having it at a large facility this year because our pastor was heartbroken that he had to turn away vets last year that took too long to register. So all vets are invited, past and current serving. And they must register, but if anybody knows a vet that would like to come, we provide a wonderful dinner, and American Legion band is going to be serving there as well. It's a free event for the vet and one guest. It's a wonderful program, and we expect 400 to 600 people. So we encourage you. So if anybody's interested and knows a vet, please make sure to see me afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 9, Kurt Meppeling, Zealand Township.
Hi again. You guys are looking good today. Chairman Moss and the board, I just want to thank you for taking the time to hear from your constituents. It's huge. Our country was founded on that. I would like to support your efforts to care for our veterans. I want you to think about something. Our country has been at war for the last 25 to 30 years. We've sent millions of our finest, our youngest, our brightest, our bravest have gone to war for this country. President Eisenhower was probably correct about what he said about the military, the industrial military complex. We have a system now in our county. I get some people are frustrated. What's wrong with our system? It's antiquated. I'm not against the people that are in it, but times have changed. When you're at war for 25 years, to think that you can use a system that's here now, it's kind of ridiculous. I think if you look in your jobs and your personal lives, things that happened 25 years ago, they're not the same. You've changed. We've changed as people, a county. So I really want to support you, get behind that. There are lots of ways to do that. Warrior Set Free Ministries is a great way. They're in Kent County. A gentleman that works there lives in Ottawa County. How can our county get behind that? If we were going to put funds to something, that would be a great place to send funds and people. They're doing great things. They've helped thousands of veterans. They're starting to go around the country. They have a new thing in Atlanta as well. I also want to show support for the resolution of childhood vaccine waivers. I expect every commissioner here to vote yes for that. Here's why. It's pro-choice. It's a simple thing. If we are pro-choice, it's simple. People should have the choice. People who have kids, their responsibility is their kids, and it's not the government's job or responsibility to tell us how to raise our kids. They screwed up a gas can. I don't think it's a good idea to have the government telling us what to do. Instead of having people hate each other, let's stop, look at each other the way we're meant to. And let's try to get through things like we used to be able to. Let freedom ring, and Jesus is Lord over Ottawa County.
Thank you.
Number 10, Donna Mooney, Georgetown Township.
Good evening. My name is Donna Mooney, Georgetown. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I'm an American citizen. I'm here to support the new commissioners, John Gibbs and Jack Jordan, and the Coleman Legal Group. I'm here to support Lucy Ebel against the recall effort launched by her failed opponent. This recall isn't even about Lucy or the job that she was elected to do. It's about trying to diminish the Ottawa Impact endorsed commissioners by targeting Lucy because they think Lucy is their best chance of achieving that. The people who exercise their voice by voting for Lucy and these commissioners are being disenfranchised by this effort. Just as the people in Muskegon were disenfranchised by 8,000 to 10,000 votes in their county alone in the 2020 presidential election. These anomalies, as some of you like to call them, always benefit Democrats and rarely benefit Republicans. In your lack of concern or empathy for those being cheated out of their votes and for the consequences thereof, you demonstrate you are perfectly okay with lying, cheating, and stealing if you think it benefits you. I'm certain the more you try to cheat the voters of their representation, the more these actions will backfire on you. I'm also here to support the hiring of Jordan Epperson to the position of Mr. Gibbs's assistant. I feel for our young people today living out their youthful mistakes in the public eye through social media. And I'm pretty sure that most of the people criticizing this young man's old social media post did not live out their youthful mistakes publicly. I'm also pretty sure that until the new Ottawa Impact endorsed members took their seats, old social media posts by potential new hires weren't a concern to these outraged people. I'm also certain that these folks sharing their selective outrage over Mr. Epperson's social media posts are the same people who voted for and were willing to pay tax dollars to Lucy Ebel's failed opponent despite his barrage of racist and violent attacks against others on social media. Your selective outrage lends you zero credibility. If we're going to scrutinize this new hire's old media posts and demand he's denied a job, then perhaps we should be scrutinizing all county employees' personal social media posts. We might find something interesting like insubordination in Marsha Mansouray's social media post on a site called Committee to Recall Lucy Ebel, where she's so eager to donate her time to that effort, she asked about knocking on doors to see if we can come back once the petition beats appeal. See right here. Speaking of health departments, I want to thank the board for standing in between the people and government tyranny. While COVID is real, the hysteria surrounding it was created out of fear with the use of the media. Here we go again as an order as the latest fear-mongering by US and some state governments and their alphabet conspirators who are currently planning their next pandemic is currently underway. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Your government now knows how to use your fear. Thanks for your time. God bless America.
Thank you.
Number 11, Joel Buck, Georgetown Township.
Joel Buck, Georgetown Township. I was a veteran, served in the Marine Corps. Got out right before 9/11. They tried to get me to come back and I decided that it wasn't for me anymore. I do have a lot of friends that are actually still serving. They're looking at 30 years in and, you know, seeing what some of them have gone through. Seeing what my father has gone through. He was a Vietnam vet. He has now Parkinson's and he's working with the VA. And I cannot believe the amount of work and struggle I'm working with him. He doesn't understand computers, technology, what he has to go through to try to get approved for disability. To have a place where I could actually go nearby in Ottawa County would be amazing. I support this resolution. And to kind of piggyback off from this with the vaccines that I was injected with, I had no informed consent. I went through a line with 99 guys behind me, got pricked, poked, shot with who knows what. I didn't ask any questions and I didn't get an opportunity to ask. And you know, a lot of these veterans are experiencing side effects from these vaccines. How long did it take for Agent Orange to be listed as something that caused a problem? You know, Monsanto didn't want to agree to any terms, and you know, big corporations aren't going to just bow down and say they made a mistake. And now we look at what Gulf War syndrome could be, side effect from the anthrax vaccine, which was given to troops without their consent, without testing. Project 112 or SHAD was biological warfare testing done on Navy and Army people serving at sea without their knowledge. This stuff happens, and I applaud the efforts that you know, the commissioners are taking to give that choice to parents for informed consent. I support the resolution to support our veterans. It's high time we get more support for them in Ottawa County. I heard Don said 22 a day is the estimate. That's outdated. The last I checked last night, it's over 32 is average. It's over 13,000 veterans a year committing suicide. It's time for that to stop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 12, Christina Straight, City of Grand Haven.
Hello, Commissioners. Christina Straight, Grand Haven. So much to say, so little time. So today I was reading an article and it was going through pretty much monthly, almost weekly of the spectacle our county is at the moment. It's really quite embarrassing. And then actually, just moments ago, I was reading the proposed budget cuts for the health department, which is very concerning. It looks to me like Administrator Gibbs has asked for a 50% cut at the close of business day tomorrow, which is quite a significant cut. And I don't think at 50% cut that wouldn't injure some of your constituents. Also, as one that has volunteered for the recall, I have to say that the amount of people that have sought us out to recall, not just Lucy, Gretchen, we probably could have filled the paperwork for already, but most of them were very supportive to recall all OIs. And that just really kind of told me that while they might not fill this room, they are watching, they are listening, they are informed. And we are Republicans, we are Democrats, and we are independents. We are veterans, we are mothers of veterans, we are homeschoolers. There are many of us that would like to see this end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 13, Dan Zimmer, Port Sheldon Township.
Dan Zimmer, Port Sheldon Township, Sharon Moss and members of the room. Distraction, deceit, and denial. Promises, promises, and many not kept. Your word is your bond. Public viewing of email comments. Planning and policy was to take action. Procrastination is an action. Avoidance is an action. Great job. Keep up the good work. Moving on. Transparency by default. Nice little soundbite. I have two examples of transparency. One example lives up to transparency's namesake, and the other one is an example of a hidden agenda. March 21, 2023 FOIA 2023-008801-054 requesting external applications for health officer was answered. Please note, Nate Kelly was not one of them. Also note, the redaction is near zero. Next, we have a shameful and pitiful response for FOIA request 2023-0088-02143 requesting resumes for applicants for executive aide to administrator, answered June 29, 2023. Please note the cost was $162.81. 30 applicants with 99.9% redaction. Transparency by default? My ass. Let the public record bear witness.
Thank you.
Number 14, Karen DeVries, Holland.
Hi, Karen DeVries, Holland, Michigan. I'm a mom of 5 and now a grandmother of 2. And before COVID, I had never, ever stepped up to a microphone at a meeting like this. And during COVID, when the mask mandates and everything were trapping our children without smiles, I had to speak up. I had a daughter in high school who was battling depression. I have a son with Down syndrome who could no longer hear because he couldn't see the faces of the people that were talking to him, nor could they see his smile, which is his wonderful joy to so many. So here I am again today, wanting to support parental rights in the vaccine exemptions. I felt helpless to help my kids. And I don't want to feel that way ever again. And I don't want my kids and my grandchildren to be subject to control by a government who doesn't necessarily have their best interest in mind. So I just give you my support to vote forward any opportunity to give rights back to parents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 15, Mike Likes, Ada Township, Kent County.
That's actually pretty good. Loix, it's a tough one. Yeah, so my name is Mike Loix, Kent County. I'm a blessed husband and father of 4 children here in West Michigan. I'm also proud to say I'm the West Side Advocacy Director for the Michigan for Vaccine Choice organization. It's a nonprofit. It's been around almost 30 years. Wonderful, wonderful nonprofit. And really, you've heard it already tonight from a number of folks, is we Michigan parents have a right to choose if we get our children vaccinated. But I have a question. I think this question's for everybody here. Did you ever hear that term, read the fine print? Anybody raise a hand if you've heard that, read the fine print? I think most of us have heard that. I'll just share this as an example. The state of Michigan, you can find this on the website for vaccines, says vaccines required for entry into school in Michigan. And what else can you see? In very small print. The bottom, you can barely read it. It's the waiver. You can get a waiver. It's been around for a number of years, and we're very happy that it does exist. And why does this matter? We support, we support this resolution, the Ottawa County Childhood Vaccine Waivers for School and Childcare. Thank you so much for that. It's super important. But as you look at a document like this, why does it matter? Again, informed consent. We've talked about that a little bit tonight. Vaccines do have risks. One thing a lot of people may not know, even though it was mentioned earlier today, is in 1986, our government was given complete immunity of liability of any injury, death from vaccines. So I guess another question I'd have is what would motivate somebody, a vaccine manufacturer, to do anything to improve their product for safety? That's something maybe we should think about. And what other products are out in the world that completely get rid of any kind of liability? I can't think of one. If you have one, please let me know. This is why we promote choice. There's so much more information I can share. We recommend, if you haven't joined us, to join us. We're a wonderful organization. We want you to do your own research, but we're there to support you. Here in the state of Michigan, we're working with legislators, and that's why I'm representing here tonight that the board of Michigan for Vaccine Choice supports this resolution. We have over 32,000 families in Michigan and individuals, and we're growing. And I would ask you and leave you with this: don't forget to read the fine print.
Thank you.
Number 16, Nina Demure, Hudsonville.
Hello, I'm Nina from Hudsonville. I appreciate your support in this new endeavor of approving a veterans department in our county. My husband is an Army veteran who served in the Desert Storm Gulf War that took place in '91. He was a paratrooper of the 82nd Airborne Division and spent a year in Iraq and Saudi Arabia fighting alongside the frontline troops. He spent most of his time in the war within the burn pit chemical bunker areas as the helicopters were taking out the suspected chemical warfare bunkers. My husband's job was to go in and look for any survivors that were left after the math. This is a very condensed overview of his time in the war, not to mention all that he saw and endured, leading to his severe PTSD and anxiety that he lives with today. We married in '93 and all was well until about 15 years ago, when he noticed his health and body changing. He was more painful, his difficulty with his vision,
headaches, memory difficulties, and fatigue and insomnia. After many stints in the hospital and visits to our PCP, we were referred to the VA in Grand Rapids. That started our journey. Many trips to Battle Creek, to Detroit, getting tests. The determined diagnosis was the Gulf War syndrome, with possible exposure to the chemical agent sarin in doses that have slowly caused deterioration and will continue to do so as he ages. All the care at the VA that we have had is more physical and medical, but there are other supports that family can use in our county. Some of the ones is for our kids and the wives. We are not seen at the VA. And so they were in the home trying to care for them, changing our lives, but we don't get any support on how to support our loved one. My kids, they've rearranged their whole life around my husband's disabilities so that we can keep his life in order. But it would be nice to have county supports for the kids and for the wives and be able to get the veterans together, because he does need that support and it's not provided through the VA in Grand Rapids. It would be nice also to have a liaison to help with the paperwork, because it's very difficult to know what his benefits are. We right now are currently not even getting a lot of the benefits that he should be getting at 100%. He only works part-time because that's all he can handle. His life is home, part-time work, and in his garage. That's it. So I only have 3 minutes, so I wanted to thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 17, J. Parnell McCarter, Georgetown Township.
Thankfully, this current county board has shown it is willing to do right and not just be a rubber stamp for higher levels of government in Washington, D.C. and Lansing, which have shown they cannot be trusted. So it is more important than ever that local governments stand in the gap. One central concern here is corrupt election system in this state and nationwide. Just recently, it was revealed that in neighboring Muskegon County, around 10,000 fraudulent ballot applications were submitted by Democrat-connected GBI strategies in 2020. The Michigan police report suggests GBI was engaged in widespread systemic voter fraud in multiple locations, yet there have been no indictments. CheckMyVote.org is uncovering how the Michigan qualified voter file is filled with unqualified voters fed by the Democrat-connected ERIC system. The election integrity scorecard of CheckMyVote.org shows there is a material problem even here in Ottawa County. For this and other reasons, I question whether Ottawa County can even properly process a recall effort of Commissioner Ebel. Go to checkmyvote.org and see for yourself. Michigan State Senator and former Secretary of State Ruth Johnson has estimated that over 800,000 ballot applications were sent to non-qualified voters in Michigan. In his book, The 2020 Coup, former Michigan State Senator Patrick Kolbeck documents the many irregularities and illegalities perpetrated in the 2020 election, such as the 4 a.m. drop-off of many ballots in the TCF Center in Detroit. Bob Cushman has documented in his book, Michigan's Corruption Explained, the massive campaign money laundering benefiting various Democrat campaigns. O'Keefe Media Group has confirmed the money laundering, and Election Watch has presented evidence much of the money originates in communist China. We know through Elon Musk that the FBI has engaged in criminal interference in national elections. Former CIA Director Mike Pompeo acknowledges the CIA routinely lies, cheats, steals, and is quoted as saying that its highest echelons do not believe in democratic elections. RFK Jr. and others have cogently argued the CIA was part of the JFK and RFK assassinations. Tucker Carlson quotes a high-level source at the CIA with access to its files saying, "It is a whole different country from what we thought it was. It's all fake." Those are his words. I could go on and on with evidence. The current US federalist system is currently endemically corrupt, lacking adequate accountability. The root of this endemic corruption is the illegal overthrow of our original national Christian covenant and constitution, the Articles of Confederation, and the progressive adoption of centralized, unaccountable humanistic empire. County by county, we need public hearings to expose the corruption and fraud, take what measures we can to address them, and have public referendum system to recognize and get right what needs to be right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 18, George Meyerheiser, Spring Lake Township.
I want to thank the 9 commissioners for passing the resolution to stop county resources from aiding and abetting the sexualization of our children. It's too bad the 2 no votes chose to play politics instead of protecting the children of Ottawa County. Policy and procedures. That is the reason I heard as to why they voted no. They want a detailed, etched in stone, step-by-step guide on what sexualization means. I understand the need for policy and procedures, but whatever happened to common sense? I believe as a society, we have lost our moral compass and with it, common sense. So I want to interject some common sense into the sexualization of our children. Some common definitions. To make sexual, endow with a sexual character or quality. To sexualize something or someone means to make them sexual or consider them in a sexual way. To make or become sexual or sexually aware. Sexualization was defined by the American Psychological Association as occurring when a person's value comes only from his or her sexual appeal or behavior to the exclusion of other characteristics, and when a person is sexually objectified, i.e. made into a thing for another sexual use. And here's some examples that you can put into your policies and procedures. Drag queen story hour at tax-funded public libraries and schools. Men dressed up as women wearing fake breasts and revealing clothes, reading books to elementary school children. Drag shows during pride festivals held on taxpayer-funded streets and property. The drag queens strut around gyrating in front of children, taking money from them. Whatever happened to common sense? Having the Ottawa County Health Department set up a booth at the Grand Haven and Holland Pride Festivals makes a statement. We affirm the sexualization of our children. And I just heard that John Gibbs wants a 50% cut. I say gut the whole department like you gutted the DEI and start over. We can do a lot better than what we have now. And I'm 100% behind the effort to oust the current head of that department. She needs to go. Today, it appears that certain sectors of society have absolutely no concern about robbing children of their innocence, including the 2 no votes on this board. That is so sad, so very sad.
Thank you.
Number 19, Christy Meppeling, Zealand Township.
Hello, I'm Christy Meppeling from Zealand Township. Commissioners, I'm here to say thank you to the Strong Six. Thank you for your insight, courage, and backbone to write resolutions that point us down the right path. I'm going to share some excerpts from a book written from mainstream scientific papers and textbooks and official publications of relevant government agencies to help parents discern vaccine science and myths. Vaccine clinical trials. Each one of the vaccines on the US CDC recommended childhood schedule has been tested in clinical trials only against another vaccine or vaccine-like compound that has a similar scope of side effects. Not even one has been tested against a true placebo with neutral compounds and no significant side effects. Clinical trial designers use this technique to cover up the high rate of adverse events expected with each new vaccine. Thus, the new vaccine can be declared safe and its side effects claimed as normal because the recorded side effects don't substantially exceed those of the other vaccines. When every New child vaccine is tested for safety against another vaccine, which was tested against another vaccine, which was tested against another vaccine. Well, you get the picture. The use of this intentionally flawed trial methodology means that every vaccine on the U.S. childhood schedule received FDA approval without true measurement of the actual magnitude of its adverse events. After more than 60 years of modern medical research, medical science has yet to lay out a methodical foundation for vaccine safety. The lack of basic research on vaccine side effects is hardly accidental. Funds are rarely allocated to the physiological research on vaccine safety, nor are manufacturers required to perform such studies. Vaccine safety research largely settles for epidemiological studies, which can only produce statistical correlations with no practical value. They are unable by design to prove causation links. Deficient by design, the CDC's Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System. The government's vaccine injury reporting systems, VAERS, do not actively solicit case reports or mandate reporting by medical staff. Due to the severe underreporting, these VAERS systems, the vaccine injury reporting systems, cannot fulfill their mission of post-market monitoring of vaccine safety, nor can they provide meaningful insight on the true extent of side effects, injuries, or deaths for any vaccine. Again, deficient by design. In stark contrast, the US and many Western countries have been operating active and mandatory systems for infectious disease reporting for many decades. This data is used as fear and propaganda techniques intended to add more and more vaccines to the childhood vaccine schedule. I'm going to let the next commenter follow up with the rest of the information from this. I just want to say thank you again for standing strong and carry on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 20, Laura Potgetter, Ellendale Township.
And I'll carry on what Christy just wrote. Purposely biased science. Since it is relatively easy to skew the results, epidemiological studies are the primary tool health authorities and drug companies use to maintain the illusion of vaccine safety. There are many techniques scientists can use to adjust the outcome of an epidemiological study to align with predetermined conclusion. The prevailing research bias in the field of vaccination safety is the inevitable result of the way medical science is funded. This budget allocation system ensures that researchers are completely dependent on funding sources, whether government entities or pharmaceutical companies, which are staunch proponents of vaccinations. Studies that will never be done. The establishment steadfastly refuses to conduct vaccinated versus unvaccinated studies, though they could potentially reveal important revelations regarding the dramatic rise of chronic disease in recent decades. If the last 2+ years has taught us parents anything, it's that medical tyranny is real. Nefarious government has a nefarious agenda, which is not in favor of we the people. How to spot vaccine propaganda, who in the medical field to trust and who not to trust. And when you follow the money, who owns the vaccine patents? Drug makers, who makes trillions incentivizing physicians to push vaccines and have zero liability with full immunity. Sudden narratives that natural immunity and herd immunity are not effective, etc. You can easily follow the conflict of interest and see how parents have been lied to about this topic. There's a wide gap between the medical establishment's portrayal of vaccines and the grim reality. It's exemplified by the refusal of vaccine proponents to engage in public debate with vaccine critics. It's also exemplified by constant government censorship on this topic. The way the legacy media attacks counter-vaccine narratives and loud way the quiet injuries and deaths are not allowed to be discussed. If two disputants came before King Solomon, he would rule in favor of the party more willing to defend their stance against the one who wished to evade public debate. I could go on and on, but that's enough for now. In short, health is not injected. Again, thank you to the 6 who are ahead of the game. as usual. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 21, PJ Muir, Robinson Township.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you so very much for the opportunity to speak on behalf of myself and other veterans. Just to put it simply, I spent 25 years with the U.S. Army Special Forces, retired 17 years ago. It took 10 years to receive the disability rating that I have now. I was shot twice, blown up once, spent a cumulative of 9 years in combat, and it should not take 10 years. This is with 5 different states, 11 different VA facilities. Finally, the Grand Rapids VA facility did some sort of help. They sent me with a PTSD coordinator, a 25-year-old female who had just finished school, a clinical psychologist. And she said, "I'm here to help you, Sergeant Muir." Well, there was little, no help. God love her for trying. But your proposal, your resolution to open an Ottawa County office is imperative. We shouldn't have to travel to Wyoming to seek people that don't know what they're doing. The system, the VA system itself is wonderful. It's old, but it's wonderful. The problem is we have uneducated, untrained people running the system who think that that's their system. It's their money to give out to the veterans as they see fit, regardless of what paperwork is done improperly or properly. So here's the steps to do it. You go there, you sign a 1010 easy form, you bring a copy of your marriage certificate, children's birth certificates if they're still living at home, and a copy of what's called your DD 214. They then at that time put you in a category 1 through 8 to tell you what your category or what your category of benefits, medical benefits are. Then you're supposed to go up to the Veteran Service Office and meet with one of them, either from the DAV, the VFW, American Legion, and they're going to tell you how they can help you with the benefits, whether it be disability benefits, school, college, whatever. That doesn't happen, and it doesn't happen in that order. Unfortunately, many of the guys that are trying to follow that system don't understand it. Like the Kellys said, and Corporal Buck and them said, it's a system that is so high tech, but there's no training for it. You can't go to the VA and they're going to say, "Okay, we'll sit down with your computer here and help you fill out this form." They give you a handwritten form, tell you to take it home, fill it out, and come back. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know how to fill that form out. So if we could get that opened, that would be the best thing that you could do for these veterans in this county. And I applaud you for it. And I pray to God that we can get this through, and thank you for what you all do for this county. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 22, Deb Sizak, Port Sheldon Township.
Deb Sizak, Port Sheldon Township. One of your constituents said the community mental health system is broken. I can't speak to that, but I will tell you what is broken. Transparency in our county is broken. The system is broken when Ottawa County employees feel unsupported and micromanaged. The system is broken when public comments can only be read via a Freedom of Information request. The vetting process and hiring standards are broken when an unqualified, immature, disrespectful, misogynist, racist, and inexperienced man-child is hired as an administrative assistant. The trust between commissioners and constituents is broken. The respect for differing opinions between commissioners is broken. Common courtesies amongst yourselves is broken. I encourage you to replay the video of any meeting, but especially the most recent talent and recruitment and finance and administration. On full display is arrogance, dismissiveness, bullying, and condescending behaviors. The system is broken when a new department director is proposed for an already existing veterans department. As one of your constituents wisely said the other morning, hire a professional consultant at much less cost to determine where the gaps are. Of course, OI voted down the grant that supported men's mental health, particularly veteran suicide.
And I just pointed out that hypocrisy for free. The system is broken when National Shooting Sports Month makes the county newsletter, but not National Immunization Awareness Month for back to school readiness. We all get that Ottawa impact is anti-vaccine, but you are doing a disservice to those who depend on the public health department services and are exercising their parental rights to have their child immunized. The system is broken when Commissioner Rhodey says, quote, "We need to take care of our own and do a better job," end quote. Then targets the health department budget to be cut without citing what programs or services. But we all know that it's going to involve vaccines or sex. The system is broken when the board chair cannot fulfill multiple simple requests to introduce the invocation speaker by full name and church affiliation. How is that for, quote, meeting the needs of the community, end quote, Commissioner Rhodey? Religion does not rule a county, nor will police.
Thank you.
Number 23, Pam Driesinga, Blendon Township.
Commissioners, thank you for the timely vaccine choice resolution that's being considered this evening. It reminds everyone that children belong to their parents, not the government, and it informs everyone that Michigan law allows for vaccine exemptions for any reason, philosophical, medical, or religious points of view. If the Ottawa County Health Department was forthcoming and transparent, they would include vaccine ingredients and vaccine exemption information on their literature and press releases. Thank you, commissioners, for recommending the health department put forth this missing information. Thank you for having a pulse on what's important to your constituents' parental rights. The Ottawa County Health Department is promoting a back to school campaign, pushing parents to get their children vaccinated. They repeat the same sales pitch year after year. It's safe and effective. It prevents the spread. However, Dr. Christina Parks, a molecular biologist and U of M medical school graduate, testified against Michigan House Bill 4471, recently explaining that number one, vaccinated people can spread a virus the same as unvaccinated people. And number two, vaccines do not prevent transmission. Are you listening, Ottawa County Health Department? Parents are. Later, Dr. Parks stated again, vaccine requirements and mandates are based on the faulty assumption that the vaccine in question prevents transmission of the pathogen. Rhetorically, she asks, does the vaccine for DTaP prevent transmission? No. Does the vaccine for the flu prevent transmission? No. Did the vaccines for COVID prevent transmission? No. They were never designed to do that. They only lessen the symptoms. Are you listening, Ottawa County Health Department? Parents are. Dr. Parks added, my main complaint is with our health agencies and the CDC who know better and are misleading the public. For 2 years, our federal, state, and our very own health department wielded their unbridled power against us. They dangled the 14-day and 30-day increment carrot. They lied to us, bribed us, threatened us, censored us, fired us, shut down our businesses, hauled restaurant owners off to jail, threatened pastors and churches, threatened to revoke business license, shut down schools, and lock citizens in their homes. All while they mandated mask nonsense and later mandated vaccine nonsense. CDC Director Walensky finally admitted that these vaccines have no ability to prevent infection or transmission of a variant. They only lessen symptoms as best. Are you listening, Ottawa County Health Department? Parents are. When the health department pushes a safe and effective narrative that proves again and again to be false, you teach us not to trust you. When you only promote the shiny half-truths and omit the inconvenient truths, you teach us not to trust you. Thank you to the Ottawa Impact Commissioners for having parents back. We truly appreciate the way you take the arrows for us from the blind and brainwashed establishment followers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 24, Barbara Lee Van Horsen, Grand Haven City.
Barbara Lee Van Horsen, City of Grand Haven, and the Momentum Center. We've heard a lot tonight about students and about veterans, which is really a great introduction for what I wanted to talk about tonight, because it's almost September, and September is Suicide Awareness Month. You've heard the stats before, 22, possibly 32 veterans end their life by suicide every day. In Ottawa County, in a classroom of 30 students, 5 have seriously considered suicide and 2 or 3 have made an attempt. For far too many of us have been personally touched by the tragedy of suicide. Suicide cries of the brokenness of life. As human beings, we can't ignore, reject, or shy away from those who despair of life. Instead, we have a responsibility to protect and promote life, to be an agent of hope in the midst of suffering, and to act in love toward those who are troubled. But that's so difficult because we're often not even aware that people are suffering. People hide their pain and their loss because of stigma and shame. And that stigma is sticky. It attaches itself not only to those who consider suicide, but also to those of us who are left behind, along with a complex combination of guilt and blame and fear. Because of stigma, suicide is rarely discussed, and that makes even talking about thoughts of suicide very difficult. The fact that we can't talk about suicide may well be one of the greatest barriers to preventing the tragedy of suicide, which is why September is Suicide Awareness Month, because it gives us a reason to talk about it, because it's only when we talk about it that we can do something to prevent it. If you have not already done QPR training, I urge you to do QPR. Question, persuade, refer. It's suicide prevention training that only takes an hour, and every person should take it. Arbor Circle will be teaching QPR at the Momentum Center in Grand Haven on September 14th, and I encourage all of you to attend. I also want to invite you to Gathering Momentum in Holland on September 21st. This is a family-friendly event with a bounce house and face painting, games, and music. Many of our area nonprofits will be there with resource tables so that you can learn about the services throughout the county, and we'll have a free shuttle service providing transportation to people back and forth from Recovery Fest. And as the event concludes, in partnership with Ottawa County Suicide Prevention Coalition, there will be a walk to honor those affected by suicide. Suicide devastates individuals, families, and communities. So I encourage us all to talk, to listen, to learn, as if our lives depended on it.
Thank you.
Number 25, Gary Carr, Wright Township.
Hello, I'm Gary Carr from Marne. That's in Wright Township. I'm not sure if this is the right body for me to be addressing, but I'm confident that you will listen and pass it on to the right body if you are not the one, or direct me to the right place, or maybe do both. I appreciate that. Many people are concerned about election integrity, especially with the national disaster of 2020. Even if everything was correct and error-free, we all need to feel we can trust to have a clean election. Without confidence and accuracy, there will also be no trust in the elected officials. Addressing this concern, I feel anybody who really is concerned about something also has some ideas about how to correct it. And here are my ideas. I think we should have an audit of all precincts in the county, including absentee precincts at a certain percent, say 5%, would be manually recounted, not simply run back through the tabulators. The precincts could be selected manually in a fishbowl thing. The auditors should be from election inspectors of other jurisdictions. And the result of the audit, if not within a predetermined margin of error, then the entire county needs to be manually audited. This is my idea. I don't know if it's the only one that's viable. I think it's worth you guys considering. And if you decide to do anything on it, I would be honored to assist in any committee that you would like. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 26, Bob Spayman, Blendon Township.
Well, I'm gonna change the subject a little bit. There was I have a new topic for tonight, except 22 beat me to it. I'm here to put my 2 cents into the hire of Mr. Gibbs. Mr. Gibbs did not want to create a spectacle when he asked for it. How did that work for you, Mr. Gibbs? You have
Sir, will you please address your comments to the chair?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You have already heard many times that he is not qualified for the position. He meets none of the major qualifications for the position, except that he supports Ottawa Impact and he can act as Mr. Gibbs' body man. 30 other qualified people applied. I believe that 90% of the audience here have better qualifications than him. I'm surprised that Marcy in Human Resources let that one get through her checks. However, I doubt she had a say in it. You have heard about all the vulgar and disgusting comments he posted on social media and then cowardly deleted them, probably on the advice of Moss, where he disrespected people with abilities by using the retarded label. I learned yesterday that he interacted with white supremacists. He also mentioned a problem he has with ethnic groups. In addition, he's not to use the F-bomb on occasion. Also, his comments about American women, especially fat American women, he commented that they could learn something from European women, including jealousy. Oh boy. However, that flows right along with Mr. Gibbs, who founded the Society on the Critique on Feminism. Look it up. He stated, women do not possess the characteristics necessary to govern, unquote. In addition, he wrote, quote, women lack the ability about broad and abstract ideas in order to deduce a suitable conclusion without relying upon emotional reasoning, unquote. He also questioned the women's suffrage movement. Is he living in the 19th century? This would not go over very well in my house. Doghouse comes to mind. However, I suppose being single, he can do that because there's no repercussions at home. This should bother all women and every decent man. However, as I said, it works well with his new assistant. I have worked with and supervised many people, and I'm here to say that many women can outperform men. And I'd like to talk about our outside attorneys as well. However, I do not have enough time to address all those issues. Next time, maybe a later public comment or another letter to the editor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 27, Ann Henriksen, Zeeland Township.
Ann Henriksen, Zeeland. In 1959, I was able to go to kindergarten because I got a vaccination. And that's one of the first from way back then. The doctor and my mother and father were the ones that were there and made the decision for me to have this. The doctor was the same one that came to our house when I was sick. We trusted him and with his knowledge as well at the time. Let's fast forward to COVID and the intimidations that I felt from doctors and other health officials saying that I was spreading the disease and what it meant to me as being elderly as well, that I was hurting other people and hurting myself. I'm so thankful that I have knowledge enough to make that decision for myself. I did not get the shot and switched doctors, asked my doctor if he would get the shot. He said, no way, because it had not been proven. So I want to thank you for what you're doing, protecting the children, because the next thing they did after they intimidated us was made it clear that our children needed it and infants needed it. And I was horrified to think that a drug that they hadn't tested completely long range was going to be given to our children. That's up to the parents to make those decisions. Furthermore, this is just the beginning of what schools can say to children and what they need as far as puberty blockers and reassignment surgeries. My niece works for the Pediatric Association of America, a nonprofit. And of course, they're lobbying right now to make sure that takes place. And that's the next thing you'll have to vote on, is that schools have no authority to do something to children without parents' permission. Hang in there, you're doing the right thing.
Thank you.
Number 28, Judy Bergman, Hudsonville.
Judy Bergman from Hudsonville. Inherited wealth is often squandered by the next generation. You here have been given an inheritance of a healthy community free from devastating childhood diseases. My parents knew firsthand what the pain of life-threatening diseases were. They changed history for my generation because they gave us the vaccine for diphtheria, pertussis, and tetanus. I am the last generation to get a smallpox vaccine. We eradicated that disease. I'm the first generation to get a polio vaccine. I remember very well in second grade, walking into the gym to get my little sugar cube. We were glad to get it because we knew polio. We knew people who had died, who were maimed. My friend down the street's mother lived in an iron lung. You have never had to be afraid of polio. You've never had to be concerned about it for your children. My generation still experience measles, mumps, rubella. They're not as serious as polio, but they are devastating. My girlfriend lost a whole year of school after having measles. Other kids died or had heart problems later. Kids that got mumps, those boys, some of them were infertile. These were serious diseases, and they still are. When I had the opportunity to give my children the MMR vaccine and prevent that, I was grateful. This gift of health was won by everyone in the community doing their part and getting vaccinated. Fast forward to today. What will you here in Ottawa County do to preserve this gift? Or are you going to squander it? Your resolution concerns me, not because parent rights or any of that, but because you include a recommendation to use the VIIRS report. You should look into that report. It's unverified raw data. It is used by the government, compiled and put together on an information sheet for parents in a readable, verified way. Why would you as a board recommend using raw, unverified data for our parents? Why wouldn't you want them to have the best information? The danger in using unverified data is you can come to the wrong conclusion. Then you make bad decisions. As a former public health nurse for Ottawa County, I urge you not to squander this inheritance of good health.
Thank you.
Number 29, Bonnie Esther, Talmadge Township.
I'm Bonnie Esther, Talmadge Township. Everybody's got all these big, long things, and I've just got my thoughts. I've just got my thoughts written down here because I'm speaking from the heart. I am, first of all, a follower of Jesus Christ. Secondly, I'm a wife. Thirdly, I'm a mother to 4 children. God has set up the family to be mother, father, and children. He's shown that in the natural order, and then it takes a mother and a father to make children. It does not take a community to make children. So from the natural order and also from the Bible, God never gives instructions to the community to raise the children. He only gives instructions to the parents. Those are my 2 points. God setting it up, God giving instructions. And the third point has already been spoken about of It's not the community's responsibility. It's not the government's responsibility to make decisions for and to have responsibility for my children. That's mine and my husband's. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 30, Marla Walters, Holland Township.
Good evening. Marla Walters, Holland Township. I've watched a lot of board meetings and I've noticed that one commissioner in particular is often interrupted while giving his opinion and while voicing real concerns of constituents. Petty and unprofessional comments are also thrown his way. Rule 6.1 of the 2023 Rules of Ottawa County Board of Commissioners states that when a member is speaking on any question before the board, he or she shall not be interrupted except to be called to order. I didn't find a rule that instructs commissioners to treat each other with respect, but then that probably shouldn't have to be spelled out. You're not playing a game. This isn't a game where one side wins and the other side loses. The decisions you make affect real people. Board meetings shouldn't be a place for political theater or exacting revenge. And they certainly aren't the place where it's okay to ridicule board members with whom you disagree. One last thing. The health department should be the very last place to consider when cutting funding. I mean, what's more important in a community than keeping our residents safe and healthy? Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 31, Ronnie Allen, Allendale Township.
Good evening. I would like to first show my support for this board's proposed solution to protect parental rights and the support of the veterans. The commitment to use county funds to help meet the needs of veterans will make it easier for veterans as they age and face unique challenges due to their service to our nation. Additionally, a support system for volunteerism among veterans and their supporters would be wonderful should the county undertake that. Secondly, I want to show my support for the resolution to promote informed decisions regarding childhood vaccines. In light of COVID and all the government overreach and the vaccine health crisis that followed and the culture war over gender issues, it's become obvious that there is a goal to subvert parental values and influence over even our young children. Thomas Sowell wrote in the 90s about the cycle of failure, which has been used on various fronts in our culture to grow government, both in size and scope. This strategy was used during COVID, and it has the outcome of growing government control. One example of this failure is the war on poverty. What started as a plan to increase people's individual well-being and decrease their dependence on the government, the war on poverty had the ultimate outcome of growing subsidies and increasing dependence on the federal government, which in response grew in size and scope. But rather than being empirically scrutinized, leading to a change of course, it was recycled as another problem for government to solve, as if there was no other alternative. Another example of the strategy is sex ed, which was originally promoted to the public as a solution to a very complex problem that only experts could understand. The original goal of lowering the rates of STDs and out of wedlock babies was not met. And like poverty, it wasn't met then. Like poverty, the failed outcome manufactured a need for more aggressive solutions, leading to promotion of abortion and remodeling of the American moral landscape. The tactics of redefining language, reframing statistics, using anecdotal emotional appeals, and taking advantage of our short memories and our desire for material comforts are used. Reframing failed outcomes as relative successes compared with what they could have been has also been a useful strategy. Then history, rewritten by our media, repeats itself. What happened during COVID and what is playing out in our culture is more of the same, and it is clear that our kids and our bodies are the last front. This resolution hardly walks back the damage done to individual rights over the past century. However, it does allow for more informed decisions on the part of parents as they care for their children as God intended in loving families, and hopefully will result in a more informed, responsible population, whether fully vaccinated or not.
Thank you.
Number 32, Becca Top, Hudsonville.
Hi, my name is Becca Tapp, and I am here to address the resolution to continue to allow vaccine waivers and to show my support. I come before you as a mom of 3 beautiful children who God has placed me to be the protector of. I have 3 children with 3 different health journey stories. My oldest daughter was fully vaccinated. My second child was vaccine injured at 4 months. He was diagnosed with Kawasaki's disease, which is a side effect of the rotavirus vaccine. The statistics of him contracting Kawasaki's disease are very minimal, but still he was affected. Immediately after his 4-month vaccines, he came down with fevers reaching to 104.5. He was lethargic, vomiting, high-pitched screaming, and was inconsolable to be put down. We were sent home from 2 ERs and finally admitted to Helen DeVos Children's Hospital on day 9. He was within the 10-day window to receive IVI treatment that spared his life. He was unable to receive any vaccines following his diagnosis. After digging into the health risks of vaccines, we made the decision to not vaccinate our 3rd child. Not everyone can handle vaccines. My child does not process toxins and is unable to receive any vaccines moving forward. I trusted the government. I didn't know there was other options. I thought I was doing what was best for my child. After his vaccine injury, I read the fine print, the shorthand list they give you at the doctor's office. Side effects include death, coma, and seizure. Thankfully, my children are all healthy and thriving and still on this side of heaven. Sadly, I have learned that you have to be an advocate for your own child, and I am the only one who can protect them from the government has failed me and my children, and I need to stand up for them. Everyone has the choice to vaccinate their children, and there is no judgment to anyone who chooses to vaccinate their children. I have been there, and sadly, most of the time you don't realize how damaging vaccines can be until you are directly affected by the injury. All parents have the right to choose what's best for their children. My damaged child was also not able to handle wearing a mask. 1 week before my children were to start the 2021 fall school year at an Ottawa County private school, Ottawa County imposed mask mandates for all schools, including private schools. This was not a Michigan mandate, it was a county by county choice. We had to make the hard decision to start looking elsewhere for school options. Sadly, Ottawa County did not allow private schools to make their own decisions regarding masks. The government overreach was disheartening. I started immediately deep diving into different school options. Surprisingly, what I found was that Kent County was lenient on private schools making their own choices. We made the tough decision to move our children to a private school in Kent County for the year. We knew that it would be hard, but we knew also that we needed to stand up for what we believed in and what God has called us to do. Where he leads us, he will not leave us. We chose a school that made this statement regarding the mask mandate. As a school, we believe that no one knows their child's needs physically, spiritually, socially, and emotionally better than the parents. Parents should always have the right to choose what's best for their children. We were able to move our children back to an Ottawa school, and I pray that you continue allowing the vaccine waivers so my children can continue to educate here.
Thank you.
Number 33, Denise Jaglowski, Reynolds Township, Montcalm County.
Hi, I drove an hour to come here and I am just humbled to be in your presence, and you all look like smart people. So I'm going to trust that you will do the right thing and pass the vaccine waiver resolution that you have got before you today. I'd also like to address Judy Bergman and encourage her to read The Moth and the Iron Lung. It's a book by Forrest Maready, M-A-R-E-A-D-Y. I think she'll find that very informative. And she also mentioned that she would discourage you from looking at the VAERS data, and she discourages you from listening to the parents that have expressed what happened to their children when medical tyranny held sway over their children and over their doctors and the system. And so I would like to strongly encourage you to just look at the VAERS data, and you can read the case stories. And if you don't end up crying, I don't know, people need to, have a soul and do the right thing. Also too, I don't know if you can see this, there's a famous liberal out there, her name is Naomi Wolf, and she has an article now in LifeSite News that says Pfizer docs show that the COVID jab murders babies in the womb. This is no small thing for her to come out and say that. So I encourage you to look up articles through LifeSite News. We also have a group here in Michigan now and in other states. It's called the Former Feds Group. You can get there at www.declaretruthformichigan.org. This is the remdesivir families that did trust the system, and their husbands, their parents, their family members were killed by a certain drug in the hospital called remdesivir. So my shirt says, health freedom is true freedom. It's really the most basic thing, that you have bodily autonomy, that you have the civil and moral and God-given right to protect yourself and do your own research. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 34 did not turn the slip back in, so I didn't know if anyone had 34. Okay, 35 is Virginia Greenlee, Park Township.
I want to thank all of you commissioners for doing an amazing job with all of the resolutions you have developed and signed. I don't know how many people here have actually read your most current one that you are on. That resolution is amazing. I love it. As many of you know, I was an occupational therapist for over 25 years. So I was in the medical field. I worked with kids before they were vaccinated and after they were vaccinated. I saw parents talking to me about the kids before they were vaccinated and after they were vaccinated. Myself and my husband have 2 kids that were vaccine injured because of the MMR, diabetic type 1, for life. Autistic people for life. 1 out of 54 health conditions for life because of vaccinations. People always want to point to polio. Polio was on its way out when the vaccine was presented. Yes, it was a horrible disease, but more than that, in terms of vaccines, improved environment, sanitation, and hygiene practices helped people overcome that kind of risk for any of those kinds of diseases. God did not make us to be deficient in vaccines. There's no mineral, no vitamin, no polysaccharide, nothing that says we need a vaccine. I do approve this board. I do not approve the health department vaccine with Mpox or more COVID vaccine when we already know it's still emergency use authorization. I called Pfizer again. 6 months old can have COVID vaccines right now. I know a man who lost 2 kids. They call it SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome. He knows it was because both of those kids were vaccinated. Would anybody like to have a 6-month-old dead because of vaccination? How would you like to have an autistic kid where as a therapist, you're working with them and you just cannot get progress anymore because they are autistic for life? And if our medical director herself hasn't read any inserts about the COVID vax, let alone probably not any of the other vaccinations, how dare they vaccinate more kids through school? How dare they say they're safe Prove it. It's not safe and effective. Where's the proof? You know about what the COVID vax is doing in terms of injuring thousands.
Thank you.
Was that my time? Yeah.
Number 36, Dr. Heather Miller, Holland Township.
Hello, board. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. This is actually my first time attending a Board of Commissioner meeting and being able to speak. I've gone to several of their meetings, and I applaud all our new county commissioners on what you're doing, and especially to Lucy, who is my district commissioner. Thank you. I want to speak a little bit about the resolution to support more information for vaccine waivers. When we talk about vaccines, we are not talking about a product that is one size fits all, but that's what the media wants us to believe. And my problem with that today is people within the medical community who have no idea what these actually involve, the ingredients, the statistics on the risks and the benefits. This is just information that we're giving to people within our county, which I think is amazing. This is something that we have definitely kind of disregarded for the majority of the time period that vaccines have been available. There's been lots of information shared today, which I think has also been very overwhelmingly positive. And so I can't thank you guys enough. I did want to share a few informational pieces, so to speak, not necessarily to the board, but just to some of the other constituents here. In 1985, we vaccinated for 7 diseases, 7. Now there are 17 antigens that we vaccinate for today, 17. That includes COVID now. COVID, which we have no vaccine insert. If you actually look at the vaccine insert, it's completely empty. Why is that? Does somebody in the Ottawa County Health Department have access to the vaccine package insert that nobody else gets access to? I find it very ironic that we're requiring something in the ACIP, who is the committee who approves vaccines for the childhood schedule, gets to approve something without all of our knowledge that we actually get to see the ingredients. So again, I applaud you for what you're doing. Many other resolutions. This leads me into talking a little bit about the VA. My father-in-law is a 35-year veteran. He is vaccine injured. He has a letter from the government about the anthrax vaccine that injured him. And guess what? He got a letter. That's it. Nothing else. So what happens now? What does he do? He lives with rheumatoid arthritis, other autoimmune conditions. I can't even imagine that many others have experienced here today. So I support many things that this county is doing, and thank you for the commissioners for all your hard work.
Thank you.
That is everyone that's pre-registered.
Great. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board?
Howdy, my name is Joe Spalding. I'm from Holland Township. Joe, I wish I could speak to the current and former Republicans in Ottawa County, and I'm not talking about these weirdos. I'm talking about the real Republicans who care about small business and securing a future, including a financial future for all of our families. Not just indulging every gun owner with a revenge fantasy and then calling that security. The type of Republicans who care about this county's bond rating and how welcoming our schools are because they recognize how important those kinds of things are for businesses, property values, or the strength of our community. I'm talking about the people at the local chamber back in the 90s when John Engler was governor. My dad was running Jono's Pizza on the north side of Holland. I would say to them, no one's blaming the Republicans in general for the situation in Ottawa County or for Ottawa Impact's extremism. People are blaming the dire state of the statewide Republican Party, at least partially on Joe Moss and Ottawa Impact, because he nominated Christina Caramo to be Michigan's Republican Party chair, but that's a different story. We know last year, Prop 3 was on the ballot and Joe Moss, Sylvia Rhodey, Gretchen Cosby, and Lucy Ebel went to the Republican groups and churches and promised that they were the truly pro-life candidates, knowing full well decisions regarding abortion happen at the statewide level as per the constitutions of the United States and the wonderful state of Michigan. After all, we're talking about these politicians who spearheaded making us a so-called constitutional county, as if our rights under that sacred document vary when we cross over into Allegan County on 31 heading south through Holland, or any other county line for that matter. No one cares whose fault it is that these grifters are funneling our money to their business partner's uncle, or that Ottawa County's incredible bond rating is likely in jeopardy as county staff flee for greener pastures. And Ottawa Impact wastes $1 million a year pursuing vendettas and getting us sued. These aren't the changes we need, but they will be the kinds of changes we continue to get if we don't all come together and stand up against Ottawa Impact. Democrats and progressives aren't showing up here to demand universal health care at the county level, to ban guns, or to seize the means of production at Hayworth and Herman Miller, as actual Marxists might do. We just don't want these clowns embarrassing us on national TV or in front of our friends and family anymore, and we want them to stop burning our tax dollars in the Coleman furnace. We all want reasonable county government. Maybe the future does necessitate some change, but the changing direction of Ottawa County is not a throne on which someone like Joe or Sylvia can just go plop their fat ass on. It should be like Roger and Jacob and Doug compromising. I believe in the power of our democratic process, and in Michigan, all political power is inherent in the people. Please help us restore that power to the people and away from Joe Moss specifically. Tell your friends in District 2 to sign the petition to recall Lucy Ebel. I know not every chiropractor is going to do it when it starts circulating again, which is likely to be Saturday. And it's up to us to stop the fox that we all let into the hen house. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board?
Lori Grassman, Robinson Township. I'm going to attempt not to look at myself in the camera because I'm not obsessed with myself, but let's move on. I want to thank you guys for your vaccine resolution. I think that's great, but I did notice over the last 8 months that there's a lot of people that haven't been able to handle the change that has happened in this county. And one of the changes that they seem to think happened with public comment. So my online public comment thought here is let's give them exactly what they want. They want what the previous board had, right? They love what the previous board did. The previous board's public online comment wasn't public. You could never read it. It was implemented that way. So I say the next time that Mr. Gibbs is asked, he should just say, we're going to do it exactly like the previous board and give that to them because they don't want that change. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
David Moore in Allendale Township. I'd like to start out by saying I agree with the childhood vaccine waivers. I would say, as far as the budget's concerned, please go back further than 3 years. We are currently working on an artificial economy, one that the previous board dumped $60-some million into of your children's tax money that hasn't been paid back yet. We don't want our bills based upon that. And I'm going to talk about this, and it was not something I planned on. I guess I'll bring it the next one, but veterans. I am told that the country that I live in is the greatest country in the world. 20 years ago, I had that questioned in my life. I found more questions in the last 20 years that raised that doubt. What is this country? It's a country that takes 18-year-olds that aren't old enough to drink. As soon as they get out of school, they send them to foreign wars, put their lives on the line for what might have been good causes originally, only become political avenues for people to make money. And I'm sorry about that, but it's a fact. And those individuals, if they were fortunate enough, blessed enough, and lucky enough to get to come home, many of them were spit upon, discarded, and are homeless with mental issues and many other things in their lives to deal with. This great country that is the greatest country in the world has squandered its integrity when it comes to vaccines because money is all that has become the issue anymore. There was a day that an American citizen knew that a vaccine that was provided for the citizens would be good and honored and had nothing to fear but fear itself. Those days are long gone. I want to remind everybody, and I believe it was in the 50s or 60s, as again, I said, I didn't plan on talking about this. There's a group of Black individuals, men, who are given the syphilis disease so they could be monitored to see how they affect It has on deliberately by the United States government, this wonderful, greatest country in the world. And after all, they wouldn't do anything wrong, would they? So I guess to answer the racial equity thing, it should have been a third, a third, a third, or whatever, equally makeup of all races, right? Then it would have been okay. Not hardly. It's never all right for this country to destroy the citizens for its own well-being or for money. And it's time we remember that. That's why we are where we are today.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board?
I am Kim Vanderlei from Georgetown Township. And I approve this mandate for parents having a waiver. The fact is no information is given. I'm a nurse, and in the hospital, we stick needles in people without their permission. We do unbelievable things in the medical society. And for our children, if we add up all the vaccines they get from birth to 18, it is 100. 100 shots, not just the shot, it's the vaccine that has 3 or 4. And none of them have been tested to be safe. None of them. When you add one vaccine, why does a newborn need a hepatitis B shot? They're not sexually active. Now, if the mother has it, it's a lifesaver for the child, but most mothers don't have. And so we are damaging children at the day of birth by putting poison in their system. They're full of heavy metals. They're full of additives that our body isn't made to handle. And the rate of autism by 2030, will be 1 in 2 children. That's what's estimated. That autistic rate is going higher and higher every year because their little brains can't handle all the pollution that we're putting in it. Thank you very much for what you're doing.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the board?
Good evening. My name's Rich Dosman. I'm from Wright Township. The only thing I really wanted to say was, over time, I've been losing a lot of faith in our federal government, in our state government, but lately my faith in the county local government has grown, and it's because of the people on this this board of commissioners, specifically the ones that have been running because of support from Ottawa Impact and members of Ottawa Impact. I'm so thankful for them, and you keep up the good work, stand strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board?
Hi there, I'm Jerry McCaleb, West Island, Michigan. And I wasn't planning on, I was just coming here to watch, but there's a lot of things I'm hearing just are hitting notes with me. Number one is your support of veterans. I just think that this is something that's so necessary. My family, they lived through the occupation in the Netherlands in World War II. And it was soldiers that came from across the ocean that brought freedom back to my country. And all the wars that we've had since, where American young men and women go to bring freedom to other countries. And when they come back, they're sometimes spit on, sometimes discarded. We welcome people, illegal people coming across the border, and we take care of them better than we take care of our veterans. So I applaud you for taking this action to take care of the men that have given their lives for this country to go to foreign shores and give freedom to other people. Some of it's a little questionable these days is what we're learning, but still on the other hand, they go. The other thing is the vaccine thing. I'm totally in support of making this voluntary. This, if you want to get your kids vaccinated, that's up to you. And if you want to opt out, that to me should also be up to you. I don't know what vaccine laws were in like in the Netherlands when I was born. The only thing I know when we came for sure, we had to get smallpox. Other than that, I don't know. I had mumps, measles, and what's the other one? Chicken pox. I survived them all. But I haven't gotten any since, so that I didn't need the vaccine. You take the disease and you're good to go. So I think this should be as we're looking into more mandates. People are already saying there's new things coming and there's going to be more restrictions and masking and all that. And I just appreciate being a constitutional county that it's our choice whether we want to comply with these things or not. If you want to get a vaccine, my brother-in-law died within weeks after his second shot because of what this COVID vaccine did to his body. My sister has at 95, a permanent vaccine injury because of her second shot. So it's your chance if you want to take it, but it should also be your choice. Thank you very much. Appreciate all of the things that you guys do. Totally, I know you get a lot of flack, but I appreciate your courage. I appreciate your stance, and I appreciate what you're doing for this county. And nobody ever did the scrutiny of previous commissions like y'all are getting scrutinized. And I think that should be noted. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the board?
My name is Bruce Greenlee. I live in Park Township. I'm a veteran. Fortunately, I did not serve in combat. I was worked in a lab in a hospital and took care of lots of sick folks. But I have been blessed by the GI Bill to go to school, get a career. I retired from that. But there's a lot of people, many people, as we all know, Afghanistan, Iraq, and many, many places that their lives are a living hell, pretty close, and probably worse than that for some. And the ability of those individuals to access, whether it's veterans benefits or veteran assistance in Ottawa County, I support your idea, your resolution 100%. I've been blessed, but there's many that have not been blessed. I also want to support your resolution for parental choice. As my wife mentioned, I have a nearly 35-year-old son who's been an insulin-dependent diabetic since age 8. I have a nearly 32-year-old daughter who's been insulin-dependent diabetic since age 13 from vaccines. As was stated earlier, there are no double blinds, there are no placebo testing of vaccines because as most of us know, since 1986, our good President Reagan did lots of great things, but one thing he did wrong was to sign away any liability from any vaccine manufacturer. They don't have to prove science. They don't have to be financially liable. They're raking the profits, and the American taxpayer has to pay for those people who are injured, and that's no compensation for those individuals anyhow. Please support all the citizens, support those resolutions of parental choice, waivers for vaccines. Like was stated, there's over 100 now. When I was born in 1953, there were only about 3. It's the times have changed for not the better. Thank you for your time. Keep up the great work, folks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board? Right, seeing Seeing none, we'll take a short 10-minute. Hold on, we have one more person.
Hi, Chantal Martineau, Park Township. I'd like to read a social media post from about an hour before this meeting began. Yesterday, at the August 21st Finance and Administration Committee Special Work Session, Commissioner Joe Moss proposed a general fund budget reduction for only the Ottawa County Department of Public Health. His proposal would slash health department funding from a $6.4 million total general fund contribution to a total of $2.5 million, a reduction of over 60%. This action brings the total operating budget for 2024 to $500,000 less than the 2009 budget, which was during the worst economic conditions the United States has experienced since the Great Depression. The demand for this reduction comes at a time when the county is experiencing significant population growth and record high property tax revenue. Today, County Administrator Gibbs asked me to propose a new budget with a nearly 50% reduction by close of business on Thursday, August 23rd. This was after yesterday's meeting, when Administrator Gibbs remarked, and the commissioners agreed that they could not ask other departments to cut funding by 5% until next year. It was stated that the process was complex, and it was recommended an external consultant be hired to identify efficiencies without sacrificing services. Public Health is being asked to cut more than 10 times that in just 2 days, with no consultant assisting. Proposed budget reductions of this size will significantly impair and likely eliminate various public health services and the health department's ability to maintain public health and safety. It is ridiculous to expect that services in 2024 could be completed with a budget below 2009 funding levels. For example, as development ground to a halt during the Great Recession, only 38 evaluations were completed for vacant property to determine suitability for home construction with a septic system. In 2021, over 200 evaluations were completed, a number that has continued to grow each year, as has demand for many other health department services. In addition to cutting general fund allocation, the Commission is proposing to give up a significant amount of grant money, allegedly because of various political considerations. This grant money is used for various purposes, including preventing the spread of communicable disease and health risks other than COVID-19. This hurts Ottawa County taxpayers in a variety of ways and is fiscally short-sighted. These actions may necessitate large increases in fees for services that our businesses and citizens depend upon and/or long delays for completion of services. If the Commission moves forward with this level of budget slashing, I believe it will be a clear act of unlawful retaliation against me. Adeline Hambley.
Would anyone else like to address the board, or we'll take a short break?
Hi, Carla Seagar, Berrysburg Township. I just want to say that I finally feel proud to live in Ottawa County because of all you guys. And you're doing a wonderful, wonderful job. And I love that you guys are standing on the word of God. And as times come with the next election, I know it's going to get a lot harder for all of you. Things are going to get tough. And I just want to, I just keep you in my prayers. I pray a blessing over you, and I decree and declare favor and abundance over you guys. And when things get tough, that your energy is just, you don't know where your energy has come from because you're going to get tired. And I just pray God just gives you a supernatural energy because he's a supernatural God. And I just keep you guys in my prayers. And I just love you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the board? All right, seeing none, we'll take a 10-minute recess. Like to call this meeting back to order. You can please take your seats. We will get started. Thank you. Thank you for that short break. As we recommence, I would look for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
There's support.
Second.
A motion and support. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the motion carries. For number 7, consent resolutions, I'm going to go to Commissioner Belknap for a motion.
I move to approve the consent resolutions with an amendment to the minutes to add the name Roger Bergman as the commissioner who moved to approve the consent resolutions from the last meeting.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
We go back to Commissioner Belknap for just a quick explanation.
As we understand from the clerk department, the minutes were just missing that subtle piece of who actually made the motion for the consent for the last meeting. So just trying to correct that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Great. All. One moment. We go to a roll call vote, please.
Absolutely. Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right, moving to number 8, public hearings. I would look for a motion to open the public hearing to receive comments on the use of funds from fiscal year 2023 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Grant Assistance Grant Program.
So moved.
Second.
So motion and support. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Welcome, Sheriff.
Good evening, Board. How are you?
Good.
Good. Yes, I'm here tonight under the grant requirements from the Department of Justice. We're required to hold a public hearing. And we've accepted these burn grants for probably almost 28 years from the Department of Justice. And they've ranged anywhere from $20,000 to this year for fiscal year 2023 of $52,000, which is the largest amount that we have ever received from them. What we've used these for basically are kind of more of some of our technology projects over the years. We've done things of technology equipment, our AEDs and our patrol units. We've done several cycles of those, radio communications equipment, dive equipment, and some other various equipment for the sheriff's office. So what we try to do is focus on things for community safety and crime prevention. And what we would like to use this upcoming grant for the amount of $52,557 from the federal government is for a law enforcement camera trailer. And again, the Ottawa County Sheriff's Office is committed to keeping the residents and the visitors of Ottawa County safe. As you know, throughout the county, we hold many events, including festivals, fairs, our parks, road races such as bicycle or on foot, our beaches, concerts, sporting events. However, with all the growth and opportunity and events that occur within Ottawa County comes the increase sometimes with criminal activity. One of these situations we saw last year was in the Allendale Township area, especially around some of our large apartment complexes. I think I've spoken to many of you here with the weapon violations that we had there last year and the shootings that we had there last year. At that time, as sheriff and as the deputies, we had to put our foot down and take care of that problem. And again, through efforts, and one of the efforts that we use, the Michigan State Police has one of these camera trailers. We brought that in, we placed that in the area. The camera is just for observation. It can be viewed remotely. Sometimes when we get the call, we were able to log into this camera and see what was taking place prior to us getting there. It captures video, so it could capture evidence for us of criminal activity. But one thing we noticed is once we put that trailer up there, our criminal activity for a couple of weeks when the state police loaned us that trailer dropped drastically. And again, we did have to go in and basically, to put it this way, we had to take care of business with the amount of guns that we took out of some of those calls and the shootings that were taking place and some of the injuries from those shootings. So again, this camera trailer, it's a remote trailer that is very small, similar to like our speed trailers. If you've seen those around the county, it has a large mast that goes up. Just a really good deterrent for crime. But again, with like our large festivals and that, it can be set up to help monitor, to watch traffic, because again, sometimes we don't have the manpower to cover all areas. And we could possibly in the future also get dispatched to remote in to these cameras that are up on these tower masts. So again, we are looking to use this grant to purchase this piece of equipment. This piece of equipment was in the upcoming budget. If we and you approve us to move forward with this grant, we would be able to remove that out of the general fund budget for next year. That $50,000+ again helps with the reduction in our general fund budget. And that's how we've carried these before. This unit would also be available to our other communities and other law enforcement agencies within the county, such as like Holland City or Grand Haven City during Tulip Time and the Coast Guard Festival, especially where we get the large crowds to help monitor.
Thank you. I'm sure there might be some questions later, but at this point, we're going to open it up for some public comment. If anyone has anything they would like to add, you'll be given 3 minutes.
I'm Michael Kuras, Spring Lake Township. About 2.5 hours ago, I made some comments pertinent to this subject. If you don't recall them, I am more than willing to repeat them. Do you recall them?
Why don't you repeat them for everybody's recollection?
I appreciate what the sheriff just said. I don't want to suggest that the proposed use of the grant money is without merit. Quite the contrary. I absolutely believe that it's a good way to spend money. I am, however, concerned about the stated objectives of the grant program itself and what might be inferred from an Ottawa County application for funds from that program. One of the several objectives of this grant program is the promotion of so-called racial equity. I know what is meant by racial equality, and I support it. In a nutshell, racial equality means that racial characteristics play no role whatsoever in the assessment of individuals. And I know what racial means. It refers to the superficial characteristics that distinguish various groups of individual human beings, such so-called whites and blacks and yellows and reds and so forth. And I know what equity means. Again, in a nutshell, equity means you get what you deserve. But I have no idea what racial equity means. Surely it does not mean that certain groups of human beings are deserving or not of anything. This nation is founded on the notion of individual rights and responsibilities, not on group rights and responsibilities. And most certainly, its ideals do not embrace distinguishing groups based on such superficial characteristics as race. So I ask this of you, Mr. Chair, and of the entire board. What exactly do you understand this objective of the program to be, and why might you endorse it by applying for a grant from this program? Again, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to offer comment? Welcome.
I guess I will. Donna Mooney, Georgetown. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I'm an American citizen. The COVID pandemic.
I'm sorry, Donna, this portion of the meeting is specifically for this grant.
Gotcha.
But there is a second opportunity for public comment coming up.
David Moore in Allendale Township. I can respect and understand the sheriff's concerns and how he solved the problem, or at least helped take care of the problem. I'm looking at something that's greater than that. Allendale didn't used to have to be a city where you had to have cameras to monitor its citizens so that illegal activity didn't take place. I question Big Brother looking over my shoulders every time I go anywhere is the answer to all my problems. I believe there's a bigger issue at hand. What is the organization that's bringing all this kind of stuff to Allendale? Where is it coming from? Is it from within or from without? I believe it's from without. I don't believe watching me is the answer. We need to address what's taking place, the drugs, legalizing marijuana. You can say what you want to, but it has not done anything positive for this community. And for Allendale Township, I question Grand Valley State College and what it's done and why it doesn't introduce class 101, how to be a citizen of this community. The most important class that any of these kids should take. I was up till 3 in the morning listening to parties going on that are over 3 miles away. No, I'm not making it up. Come over sometime on a Friday or Saturday night and you can listen. So I'm just saying, and don't sell your soul for $50,000.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else who would like to address the board?
Mr. Chair, I move to close the public hearing.
A motion to close the public hearing. Is there support?
Support. Or second.
Any discussion? Okay. Oh, Commissioner Terpstra.
Sheriff?
There will be the next agenda item.
Okay, never mind.
It.
Sorry, Sheriff.
We'll call you right back up. We'll go to Commissioner Terpstra. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries and the public hearing is closed. We'll go right into action requests here. 9A is regarding the Edward Byrne Justice Assistant Grant application. Could I get a motion, please?
So move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve and authorize the board chairperson to sign the FY 2023 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistant Grant JAG program application to utilize $52,557 in funds to purchase a long deployment camera trailer. A motion and support. And we'll go to discussion. Commissioner Terpstra.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the sheriff what strings are attached, if any, with this grant?
Just our reporting requirements. And what we do with these grants is you normally have about 3 years to spend that money. What we try to do with these grants is use up the entire amount with one project. So we don't have this continuous reporting on the grant. So normally with our past ones is we would submit, if approved tonight, get the approval from Department of Justice, and then move forward with the process of speccing and bidding the unit. I believe this one is under a state contract pricing because it is used by the Michigan State Police and would fall under the state police contracting price. And then we close them out right away. I can only remember once that Department of Justice came and completed an audit, and that was, they came in, looked at our paperwork, made sure everything was in order, looked at the piece of equipment, and then cleared from there.
So the only strings attached is making sure what you say you bought is what you bought?
Exactly. And we verify that. We also send them all the spec sheets and the bid stuff that goes out. So they get all the whole packet, and we're required to continuously report on that to the end, and we maintain that equipment. And again, that's been with all of our projects, but it just keeps it cleaner to spend all the money at once instead of spreading it out. I know it makes it a lot easier for Karen and her group in fiscal services too.
Any other questions? Commissioner Cosby?
So you said 28 years that you have been receiving this particular grant. So you've gone through a number of administrations. I was trying to calculate that in my head, but I kind of stopped. But do you see these applications changing with administrations? I mean, I do see reference to Mr.
This
Biden
one
here, but
changed,
just,
as the gentleman brought up,
Yeah.
that was under President Biden, put in some new regulations. And again, those cover, this wording is actually in most of your federal grants, as I've looked at other ones, as he had talked about the racial equity. So again, that's, the grants really have a lot of canned language in it, and some of them don't apply. In this one, under the equity part, the Department of Justice states in here that the BGA encourages JAG recipients to utilize funds to support efforts at the state, territorial, local, and tribal levels to institute more effective and equitable criminal justice policies and procedures, foster public trust, and enhance public safety and security by increasing engagement with community members and building partnerships with community organizations to develop a shared vision approach to addressing crime. And that's one of the things we do is community policing, and that's really where this falls. I know Mr. Moran brought up Allendale Township. Allendale Township has issues. Holland Township has issues. Jamestown Township has issues. Each of our townships are very unique. And this would not be just stationed in Allendale. Right now, there's already cameras in the Allendale area. There's cameras in the Holland area. As you drive through Grand Rapids, this one is not a license plate reader. As you drive through Grand Rapids, many of your areas now, your car is automatically picked up. As you travel the state highways, the cameras there are reading your license plates. And the couple of the cameras that we have the access to have actually helped us solve multiple major crimes in the Holland area with successful prosecution, with people sentenced on those cases. Where we had an armed robbery in Holland, and the camera information, we solved that armed robbery within about 2 hours and had the suspect in custody, and he's now currently in custody at the state of Michigan. So they do have their benefits. Again, for us to deploy resources, if somebody tells us that we've had shots fired at a location, if this camera happens to be there, when we know some of our times when our issues are, as Mr. Moran said too, 3 o'clock in the morning, the music does beat through Allendale. We can actually, again, go in and look at that camera, see what's going on. How much of our resources do we have to move from around the county? Because depending on the situation where it is in the county, we may have to pull resources from the Georgetown, Holland area, depending, we go to some of these parties at Grand Valley University, and some of these parties at the off-campus housing can be anywhere from 2 to 3 people to 500 people. And we're sending in maybe 2 to 3 deputies. Volatile situations. It's not the parties of the past where, we could disperse them. Now we get a lot of pushback. We've had parties not only in Allendale Township, but other areas where multiple gunshots have been fired, where we've recovered numerous casings in the parking lot. And for some reason, a lot of people aren't going to talk to us when we arrive on the scene. But again, to have this type of evidence is key for the prosecutor, but it's also a huge deterrent. And, I heard from the community in Allendale last year, and that's why we came in and took the action. And we are actually stepping up enforcement with the start of college for the parties and the loud music to try to put a step on that at the beginning of the college year. I have no problem with the kids having a good time. But when it starts disturbing the peace, when we start having more violent issues, then that's at the point where we have to come in as law enforcement and address the issue.
Thank you for your explanation and further information.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Belknap.
Sheriff, you mentioned the imagery from the trailer can be shared with central dispatch. I don't know if everybody in the room understands what that means, but essentially all law enforcement, whether it's the city of Grand Haven or is that kind of
What we would-
information then shared?
What we would have to do is allow shared access. So this basically runs like through a Verizon, like a 5G hook, and is pushed through the pipe. So if we loan the trailer to Holland City or Grand Haven, their command posts for like Coast Guard Festival, when it's packed downtown, their command post could remotely go in with the link and go into the camera system and say if it's set up at 31 in Jackson, they could go in and they could watch the traffic. They could set it up in the downtown area. It's, I'm sure Commissioner Bergman can tell you that downtown Grand Haven gets a lot of people. It becomes hard to police and monitor, but it's a great tool to have on the outskirts for us for the traffic control to let our points know that, you know what, you got to leave the traffic open longer on 31, get things moving or stop this. So again, it just has a multitude of uses. And yes, we can open that link up just specifically to us, or we can give that link to dispatch. And it's a trailer, it's mobile. It's not going to be used every day, just mostly for events or if we're having a problem somewhere. But again, it's the technology that's there. I know, like right now, every movement we make in this building, we're tracked by camera. We can track you amongst this campus with cameras. Many of the events that we go to as citizens, you know, we're tracked with cameras now. So again, this is not a license plate reader. It does have that capability with that accessory, and it is not a facial recognition either, because again, this is way up on top of a pole on a mast. They are zoom lenses. But again, we're not going to sit there and just watch it all the time. If we have an event taking place, we can log in and look, or we can go back and, you know, last year too, we had a drunk driver that, you know, went up over a berm and into an apartment building. It was a valuable piece of evidence. And we forgot that the camera was there, and we said, the state police said, hey, we had this crash, and they pulled the video up, and it was pretty astounding evidence that this is what happened. So again, it's just a really a tool for us in our toolbox to, again, you hear me say this a lot of times, work on providing safe and secure communities for our citizens here.
Commissioner Ebel.
Thank you, Sheriff. What kind of feedback do you get from the deputies or your staff that are out there? And does it require a person to man it, or does it just stationary and just stays pointing one direction and not unless somebody moves it? Or
Yeah, what it is, it's a small trailer. There are solar panels on it to keep the batteries charged. The camera is on a boom mast. It does not need to be manned while it's set up. It does have security devices on it in case it is tampered with. So the only requirement from us would be to moving it to a location, setting it up, and then the takedown. If, like I said, if an event takes place and we know that that camera is there, we can log in and look at it. They can go back and look at the video. If there's nothing there, the video is not maintained. Festivals, events, the county fair, again, it's just a tool that can be set up to help monitor the flow of traffic, the flow of pedestrians, and any other activity.
can I ask a couple more questions?
Go for it. Yeah.
So the video that is recorded, is there a time frame that stays, or is it deleted after a period of time, or how long does that stay, or how does that work?
If there's no event on there, it's deleted. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll normally do, and you'll find this when we move into body camera and in-car cameras too. It's normally a 30-day retention period. But if there is a criminal act that takes place or it turns into evidence, then that section of that video is preserved and attached to that case for the courts and the prosecutor.
One more question. What other counties have used this and what kind of feedback do you get from them as far as them using this? You know,
Yeah,
like the pros and cons that they might make recommendations to you.
Well, it became highly recommended to us from the Michigan State Police, who have multiple units of this around the state that they use. They have one here and it's in high demand. That's why several times we asked for it and it was not available because they had it at other events or other things throughout their district here. There are multiple, I'd have to get a list for you, Ms. Evils, as to who has them, but they are throughout the state and widely used throughout the country now.
Any other questions? I have a question. Applying for this grant, the board were to approve it. Does it require you to change any of your department's policies?
We would develop a special policy procedure just for this unit as to when it can be used, how the setup goes. And we do that with all of our equipment. Just so that we can say we do have a set policy and procedure that our staff does have to follow. And again, we'd also confer with the prosecutor's office as far as, if there is something, evidence, who's going to download it, where it's going to, goes into our evidence storage. And then right down to the maintenance of the equipment.
So there was a question about kind of some of the goals of the grant. Does this force you to give up local control in any way?
No, it does not. No, we fully control this unit. And it will not be placed just randomly. There's going to normally have to be a specific reason, which would be either cleared by myself, the undersheriff, or a command staff from the sheriff's office.
Right, excellent. I guess the only other comment I'd have, go to Commissioner Curran.
Thank you. I do have one question. Because the feds are providing this funding, would they automatically receive access to this video or is it maintained here locally?
That's maintained locally and under our control.
Got it. Thank you.
Well, you took my other question. One last one then. I read through, there's 38 pages of, you mentioned canned, I might call it maybe boilerplate
Yes.
language in this grant. Some of it, I'd say, references many executive orders from the current administration, the current federal administration. It does not look to me like the language in the grant requires the sheriff's department to give up local control, change its internal policies to comply with any grant requirements. It really looks like partially they're trying to push their agenda of racial equity, critical race theory, DEI, which the Biden administration has been very forthcoming with explaining, those are its goals. So administration to administration, there will be changes. And there may come a time where certain grants may require or attempt to require local departments to, adhere to very specific standards to receive a grant. I'm glad that this one is not one of them.
Yes, and I think that's something that we're going to see in the future, talking to other law enforcement executives and people from both sides of both parties. Yeah, like you said, each administration changes the rules sometimes right in the middle of the ball game. But again, if it's something that we're not going to be able to meet, we would not apply for those grants.
Thank you. Anything else? Thank you very much, Sheriff.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Is there any final discussion before we go to a vote? Okay, we'll go to the clerk for a roll call vote. Thank you.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We are on 9B. Suggested motion is to approve the 2024 to 2029 capital improvement plan. Could I get a motion, please?
I'll make that motion. Second.
A motion and support. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Ebel.
I think I have a question on page 53. Information technology section. I would like someone to, I think, go to, let's see, to the 7th one, I think it is, Board of Commissioner electronic roll call. I was wondering whether somebody could give us more of an explanation of what that means. Because it says here in the project description that technology that allows the board to have electronic roll call, e-voting, and digital agendas. Some programs even allow for live streaming right through the program so that we will no longer have to stream on YouTube. And I think the current approved amount is 100,000. I know that we're all trying to tighten our belts and wondering whether that could be something that we could look at and see whether or not this is something that we could maybe pass on or strike from this. I'm not really making a motion yet, but just wondering whether somebody could maybe explain that. And the other one is the AV Fillmore conference rooms. And that project description is enhancement of audio, video, visual systems at Fillmore, that includes automated camera system for the boardroom and refresh of end of life beyond 7 years equipment. And that the current approved amount is 75,000. So I'd appreciate if somebody could explain that.
We'll go to Administrator Gibbs first.
Yes, thank you, Chair Moss. I would be very happy to address that. First, as far as the software that would allow us to do electronic roll call, we've actually did a demonstration of a product that's out there that would provide this functionality. I personally think it's pretty exciting. It would dramatically reduce the amount of time it takes us to make board agendas. Right now, it's largely a manual process. This would automate a lot of the steps that we go through in order to take action items and put them into a PDF and then put them up on the website. So I think the labor saving alone for this to me is exciting. It does help to automate some aspects of taking minutes. So there is some savings in terms of time for the clerk's office as well. And the clerk's office was present for the demonstration that we did with this particular vendor that we were looking at. So that is exciting to me. Another big benefit here is that currently we use a system called OnBase, and that is what the contract goes into. And then there's a chain of signatures on that and it goes all the way up. But it is somewhat difficult to do inline editing of contracts in OnBase. So they have to be passed around outside of OnBase through email, then re-uploaded, and it can be a bit cumbersome. This system does allow documents to be edited inline, and it lets everybody that's on the chain make comments as well on the actual document. So you don't have to have emails going on outside of actual system. You can be doing your actual changes in the system. And I think that would save a lot of time, especially for our corporation counsel folks. For myself, whenever a change needs to be made to an item going through OnBase, it could be made inline in the system. And I think that alone also is quite important. The video integration does streamline some of the things that we're doing right now, and it can actually upload to YouTube as well. It doesn't have to, but it can streamline that aspect of things. And so we can reduce the load on our folks who are helping out with the IT aspect of things as well. So I think with the set of labor saving tools that this offers, I personally think it's worth it, in my humble opinion. Thank you. Let me jump into the AV as well, the hardware updates. That is referring to the cameras and the audio system we have that we're using right now. It turns out these are actually relatively old, so much so that they're beyond end of life. which means that it's basically impossible for us to receive technical support for the video and the audio system. And Paul, our IT guy, makes him very, very nervous that if something were to go wrong with some of our equipment, not only do we not have support for it, but with the backlogs we're seeing these days and the amount of time it takes to get electronics, we could be looking at 12 months to 18 months in order to get replacement. So we think that it's actually very critical to start looking right now at video and audio solutions to replace what we have now, because it will take 12 to 18 months to get that from the time that we pull the trigger on it. We have also talked to vendors on this front as well, and we did not get a lot of responses to the RFP, which is another issue that it is not a guarantee that if you put out an RFP, you're going to get a lot of firms that can provide this, which is another reason to get started early, I believe, on the process of replacing our system. So I did have a discussion with Paul, our IT guy, and I said, do we need this? He's like, yes, you really need this. He came in my office at like 7:40 something a.m., like 30 seconds after I walked in. And he says, I got to talk to you about this. And so I think there's really a need for this one as well. So my humble opinion is that I kind of think both of these would be really important and noticeable upgrades.
So electronic roll call and e-voting, what does that mean? Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Sure. So it means that if the commissioners have the voting site pulled up on your laptop or even your phone, we'd be able to show the votes on the screen as they're happening. So people would be able to see that, and that would reduce the load on the clerk from having to necessarily manually do it. And then those votes could automatically be fed into the minutes. And so there's some automation of the voting process that could happen with that. That's what it's referring to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Terpstra.
Yeah, I think the intent was to make a better product for the people that view the meetings and stuff like that. Is a lot of people are viewing the meetings and that kind of stuff. It would just make it easier for them to see who's voting and that kind of stuff. So.
Great.
I guess I'll add that any improvement to on-base sounds good to me. Slight inside joke. Any other discussion? Okay, let's go to a roll call vote.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you. And thank you, Mr. Gibbs, for all that extra information. Appreciate it. We're moving to 9C. Could I please get I guess I'll go to Commissioner Medema for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve a resolution on child vaccine.
Oh, this is actually 9C.
That's what I have. showing in
Oh, I'm
9.
sorry. I have an early print of the agenda.
Okay.
Go
So
ahead.
I'll make
Go to
a
9C.
motion to approve a resolution on childhood vaccine waivers for school and childcare.
Second.
We have a motion and support. I'm gonna go next to Commissioner Rhodey on this one.
Okay. And I would just like to go ahead and read this resolution, and then I just have a couple brief comments after that. So the resolution reads, whereas the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners Board swore an oath to uphold the constitutions of the United States and the state of Michigan, which protect the natural God-given rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These constitutions not only guarantee these freedoms, they also protect and guard against government infringing on these rights. And whereas the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment protects the rights of parents to make decisions concerning the care of their children and the right to make medical decisions on behalf of their children. And whereas Michigan Revised School Code MCL 380.10 affirms it is the natural fundamental right of parents and legal guardians to determine and direct the care, teaching, and education of their children. And whereas constitutional freedoms are not suspended in times of crisis or everyday life at the whim of elected officials, unelected health officials, or for the benefit of government bureaucracy or private institutions. And whereas Michigan law provides exemptions to childhood vaccine requirements for school and licensed childcare programs for medical, religious, or other reasons as follows. MCL 333.9215 exemptions. 1, a child is exempt from the requirements of this part as to a specific immunization for any period of time as to which a physician certifies that a specific immunization is or may be detrimental to the child's health or is not appropriate. 2, a child is exempt from this part if a parent, guardian, or person in loco parentis of the child presents a written statement to the administrator of the child's school or operator of the group program to the effect that the requirements of this part cannot be met because of religious convictions or other objection to immunization. And whereas the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, MDHHS, enacted Administrative Rule 325.17612 on January 1, 2015, requiring parents or guardians who want a religious or philosophical exemption from one or more vaccines for their children to attend a vaccine education session at their local health department and obtain a state-issued certified waiver. And whereas the Ottawa County Department of Public Health provides waiver appointments as established by MDHHS administrative rule, and whereas the board respects the right of parents to choose to vaccinate or to exempt their child from one or more vaccines, and acknowledges differing conclusions and practices exist within the medical community regarding the risk-benefit assessment of vaccines and communicable diseases. And whereas the board acknowledges individual genetic risks and contraindications exist regarding vaccines and medical interventions, and respects the right of parents and individuals to make personal medical decisions free of pressure and coercion. And whereas the board values the ethical standard of fully informed consent regarding both the risks and benefits of vaccines, to include full disclosure of ingredients, as well as the adverse effects of vaccines as reported to VAERS, the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, established as the National Safety Surveillance Program. And whereas the board respects the religious, moral, and ethical considerations of vaccines developed or manufactured using fetal cells from aborted infants, such as vaccines for chickenpox, rubella, hepatitis A, measles, mumps, rubella, and certain COVID-19 vaccines. Now therefore be it resolved, the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners respects the individual freedoms and parental rights of the people of Ottawa County to make choices regarding childhood vaccines. And be it further resolved, the board recommends that Ottawa County promotion of vaccines for school and licensed childcare programs include full and accurate information regarding available exemptions and waivers from vaccine requirements. And be it further resolved, the board recommends that vaccine waiver sessions include information on both the risks and the benefits of vaccines, a copy of vaccine package inserts, vaccine ingredients, and a link to VAERS data. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution shall be sent to Senators Mark Huizenga, Roger Victory, and Rick Outman, Representatives Nancy DeBoer, Luke Meerman, Brad Slaw, Rochelle Smith, and Greg Van Workum, and the clerk of each county in the state of Michigan. So that concludes the resolution. And then I just have a couple comments about it. The need to weigh into this issue began when the health department issued an email with the names of the Board of Commissioners on the bottom, encouraging childhood vaccination for school without offering informed consent on safety risks or informing parents of their legal right to opt their child out of vaccine requirements for school. Many parents are beginning to question the ever-increasing number of vaccines required for school and childcare, whether due to instinct, increased research available on vaccines, or due to health decline or injury observed in their own children following vaccination. Health freedom is an issue that crosses party lines. Robert Kennedy, Democratic Party candidate for president, is an advocate for these very issues and has been for many years. Another notable Democrat activist, Naomi Wolf, has also been on the front lines of pushing for parental rights, informed consent, vaccine safety issues. Parents are vastly on their own to pay for and treat vaccine injury after it occurs. Research and information has greatly increased in the field of vaccine safety, and the opinions of medical professionals vary. One thing that I think is often missed in this, when people are discussing this issue, is that when vaccine injury hits, it doesn't discriminate based on your income or your race. It happens to all of us. And for those families who are on a limited income, it hits very hard. Helping a child to recover from vaccine injury is incredibly expensive, and it's not covered by normal insurance. And so those children are left with injuries that families are not really able to treat due to financial barriers, or they're very, very much hard hit financially by the medical care that's now needed for their child. And so I think it's only right for us to make sure that we are truly providing informed consent to all families. So along those lines, I also wanted to point out a book. I know people vary on how they feel about vaccines, and there are some benefits and there are some risks, and we think that we would want everyone to have the opportunity to weigh that individually. So I just want to point out this book. It's called The Vaccine Friendly Plan, and it's written by Dr. Paul Thomas. And he does a good job of going through and helping people just really understand, when are some circumstances when maybe a vaccine might be something I should consider. What are some of the risks I should consider? So just want to point that out as a resource if someone is looking for more informed consent on this issue.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion, or Commissioner Miedema?
I am excited to support this resolution and just would like to share a few thoughts. I believe that most parents care very deeply about their children. Yes, parents do have different views on a variety of matters, and they have the God-given responsibility to care for their children and to make decisions for their own children without interference from government entities. When fully informed consent happens, parents are able to make important decisions on behalf of their child. A doctor or nurse are also given an important role in caring for the health of our society. In this context, it is vitally important for them to be given proper time and education to learn about vaccines, the ingredients in them, the potential risks versus potential benefits, and to remember that the parent is the decision maker and that their decision is to be respected and not ridiculed. Sharing personally, when I was expecting my own child, I read numerous parenting books. I carefully took the time to research car seats, cribs, whether to breastfeed or bottle feed. I carefully baby-proofed my home, etc. Yet you know what I didn't do? I never took the time to research any of the vaccines, something that would actually go inside of my child. I never had a doctor or nurse take the time to provide information regarding risks versus benefits. Over the past couple of years, I have begun to do much more research, including asking doctors questions on how many hours they have personally had in learning about vaccines so that they could properly provide information to their patients in order to make educated, informed decisions. Have you ever examined a chart that shows the vaccine schedule from the 1980s to what it is now? It changed from 22 doses in 1983 to 74 in 2021. If interested, I brought it here tonight. You can also find it on MichiganVaccineChoice.org. I've also taken the time to listen to parents who've had a child who has been vaccine injured. Some of you shared tonight. Many of these families have felt silenced, yet I am thankful over the past couple of years, many more have had the courage to continue to share and I believe they're beginning to be heard. Does everyone receive an injury that receives a vaccine? No. Yet I think the number of people that have a child or family member with a vaccine injury continues to rise. In similar fashion, certain foods, medicines, and antibiotics are tolerated by some people fine, yet can have devastating, even deathly results in others. So why is this particular resolution important? For me and many others, it's just a starting point in setting the trajectory back to respecting parental choice regarding vaccines. It is vitally important that our health department provides information about all potential risks and benefits. I also am not supportive of a health department using its voice to cajole or guilt parents or individuals into getting a vaccine. How many of you remember just recently all the advertisements you were subjected to while pumping gas, turning on the radio, listening to the news, checking your inbox, browsing social media, having your job threatened due to a particular vaccine that was being pushed onto society? Government's role is not to threaten, bully, coerce, or bribe, or to pit one against another person. One governmental role here in America is to defend the freedoms that we have to stand in the gap. I am thankful for nurses and doctors that choose to be knowledgeable regarding vaccines, working to understand the risks versus the benefits, knowing the ingredients in vaccines before administering, being knowledgeable regarding possible side effects and the knowledge about how to treat any side effects, and most importantly, allowing true informed consent. I'm also thankful for the courageous individuals that are seeking to be fully educated and informed. Vaccines do have their place, yet they are not without risk, and it's the inherent right of the parent to weigh those risks for their child and make the ultimate decision. So I look forward to voting yes on this resolution.
Thank you. And well said. Is there any other comment or discussion? Commissioner Ebel.
Over the years, I've attended several meetings where they have speakers that address the vaccine injuries of children, infants, babies. And I've seen hundreds and hundreds of pictures that they show of these kids. And it's very, very painful to see. And to see the faces of the parents who are suffering and watching their children suffer because of these vaccines. And so because of that, and just things that I've seen in regards to attending those meetings and parents speaking out and showing pictures of their children that had vaccine injuries, I will be in support of this resolution.
Thank you. Anyone, Commissioner Bonema?
Thank you. No, I'm excited to support this resolution tonight. I think this is very important to families and people who are parents like me, raising 5 kids and making these decisions for my kids. It's an inherent right, I think, to parents to be able to take care of the medical needs of their children. What I haven't heard tonight very clearly stated is something that I heard a lot out of the audience, which was the confusion of how to get a waiver. And in the spirit of our good sergeant, when he got up, I thought he was one of the better comments tonight because he gave very relatable and repeatable steps of how to get access to veterans benefits. I'd like to give something like that in that spirit to you about how to obtain a waiver. If you're interested in having a waiver to get your kids, waived from immunizations, this is what you do. You don't go to your doctor. You don't go to your school. You don't go to your church. You go to the health department. To do that, you need to sit down and talk to somebody. So you need to actually set an appointment. So to set an appointment, you'll call 616-396-5266. They'll give you the opportunity to sit down with them. They have Spanish speaking, English speaking folks. It's very simple. You don't need to ask for the waiver based on a religious exemption or a medical exemption. You can ask for a waiver based on a philosophical difference. It's very broad. So if you choose this choice for your child, you go and do that. Now, I don't know how this process was done years ago, but I can tell you how it's done today. Once you sign the form that you would like this for your children and have this meeting, and by the way, you don't have to bring your children to the meeting. You as a parent can go by yourself and get a waiver for your family, okay? Once you do that and you get your waiver, you'll receive that waiver and the health department will actually email that to your school. So you don't have to go in and talk to your school about it. It's pretty simple. It'll go directly to them and kind of saves that process. So if you're interested in doing that, that's how you get it done. If you want to go to the health department's website or the county's website, you can actually go to the search bar right at the top of the website and type in the word waiver. As soon as you do that, the second result that comes up and the third result are full page infographics that talk about the steps to obtain a waiver. So it's clearly stated there on the website, and then it's also clearly available to you by giving the health department a phone call. So I just want the public to know this is not about obtaining a new right to be able to make this decision. This decision has been yours to make since the 1970s. I think the miscommunication has been how to get access to it, that it's been in the, I heard tonight, in the fine print or not promoted. So that's what I'm doing, is I'm promoting it. This is how you get it. These are the steps to get it. And once you have it, I believe you might have to renew it once your child goes to a different school district or potentially from middle school to high school, that sort of thing. But you know, you don't have to do it every single year, and you don't have to have separate meetings for individual children. One parent can go in and get a waiver for all of their children. And then on top of that, you may want to have a waiver just for some vaccines, but not all vaccines. You can do that too. So you might be comfortable with some, but not all. You can do that as well. If you change your mind during the course of the year, you can go in and change that. So you have a lot of options available to you. And I hope you take advantage of that, because I'm for you having access to all of the information that you need to make an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional comment?
Sure.
Commissioner Rhodey?
Sure, I just will speak a little bit more, and I appreciate Mr. Bonham's strong advocacy on this issue. So I just want to add a couple more things, since we're talking about how to get waivers. So attending a waiver session has sometimes been a quite intimidating process for parents here in Ottawa County and across the state, because sometimes it has felt that there's been a contentious relationship, you know, between public health officials who believe so adamantly in vaccines and promote publicly one side and not the other. Oftentimes parents who are going to these meetings have vaccine injured children, and they actually are not, they're sometimes labeled as anti-vaxxers, but they're actually ex-vaxxers because they did vaccinate their children and their children were injured. So they oftentimes are very educated already on a lot of the information that they will actually be presented with once they get to the appointment. And so I think it's important to know that if you're concerned about going to a waiver appointment, bring a buddy with you. It is totally fine to bring a friend if that feels friendlier and more supportive to you. That is something that you totally can do. There are a lot of intricacies that parents who are going to vaccine waiver sessions, they want to make sure that their rights aren't being violated, and that because there is understandably some loss of trust in the government systems, especially for those parents who have an injured child. And so So if that is the place that a parent is coming from, I would recommend that you do reach out to Michigan for Vaccine Choice. They do a great job of helping you to know how to walk through that process, to know those intricacies of what's the law, what is additions to the law, and what kind of a waiver should I ask for? Should I get a philosophical waiver? Should I get a religious waiver? They do a great job of helping parents kind of work through that. But I think it's really important to just know that if it's an uncomfortable thing or feels like a situation where you could feel some pressure, to bring a friend. And if you need help finding a friend, reach out to Michigan for Vaccine Choice, and they do a great job of helping families feel supported. So just want to mention those things as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Bergman.
Yes, sir. I just want to first of all say that, public health is about prevention of disease, and public health is for everyone. And I'm glad that Mr. Bonema brought up about the fact that parents have a choice. They've had a choice for many, many years. And they do have a choice. The unfortunate thing today is that there is so much misinformation out there that's on the web that in order to get the truth is difficult for people at times, for parents, for grandparents, because there is so much on the web. And often I think through this process that we forget about the fact that this is not just about me, it's about us. It's about all of us. So we're in community, whether we want to think of it that way or not. We are in community, and oftentimes the prevention that I have keeps me from giving something to Rachel or to Mr. Zylstra here. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything to do? Commissioner Zylstra.
Yeah, no, I appreciate a lot of what's been said today, and I appreciate leadership, drew this resolution up, to highlight information around vaccines and waivers. But I do believe this document could be a little bit more balanced. I know, we're very concerned about waivers and making sure that parents know about their rights. And I totally, see what Commissioner Bonema is saying. But, at the end of the day, I think this document could be more balanced. I would be supportive of the resolution coming back in a more balanced form, but this specific document, I'll be voting no.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Commissioner Belknap.
Just one. There's a lot of passion, obviously. We heard it in the room tonight, personal experience, parents, caregivers, health professionals. And to echo Commissioner Bergman's comments on misinformation. Where do you turn, right? Where do you go? You read the local paper? Do you take the gal who's on the gas pump, as Commissioner Miedema had mentioned? Where do you go? So honestly, I really believe that what we learned with COVID is it was intended to be prescriptive, that we follow protocol and have papers, show your papers, comply. And this is just one small step to converse about, that whole time frame. It's clear to me that there are systems or people that benefit from keeping us in COVID land. I get it. We care about each other. We care about our neighbors. We don't want to spread illness or make anybody sick. But to believe that there's this magic vaccine that will make it better. That magic vaccine sure gave a lot of corporate individuals a lot of money. And I'm sorry to say that. I'm passionate about this, just like everyone else in the room. And but this issue has in many ways damaged relationships among family members, employers and their employees. People have left careers. People have been asked to leave careers over this. And I heard someone earlier say that this is not a Democrat versus Republican issue. I mean, let's on the national level, we've got folks of both stripes talking about, and they're not in agreement. So I'm just grateful that we have this opportunity to start having a conversation. I will be voting in favor of this resolution. And for those that came tonight and shared their personal experiences and that pain that you brought into the room, I know a lot of people felt it. And that's courage. And the last 2 days have received lots of encouragement, phone calls, messages asking for supporting this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cosby?
Trying to decide where I start here because I will be supporting this resolution. My constituents have reached out in large numbers asking that asking to support their parental rights. They feel it plays a very important role in deciding their children's well-being. I'm a nurse of 30+ years, and I am fully vaccinated, including 2 COVID injections. I had to receive those in order to maintain my career, but it was really to care for my community that I made that decision. I regret making that decision. I am vaccine injured, and I did report it in VAERS through a nurse, by the way. I used to educate patients in their compliance. I would also educate my nurses and ask them to consider caring for their community because, for instance, the flu shot, we don't know if you have the flu for 24 to 48 hours. And so, we cared for immunosuppressed patients oftentimes. And I actually gave that rationale. I had rationalized that. And then I was very passionate about that, that I had to care for my community. Now I hugely regret pushing this on my nurses. I shouldn't say push, they always had choice, but I should have been better educated. I should have thought past whether or not, I'm being compliant for community's sake. Do I fully know everything about what's within the immunization before it's actually injected into my body and into the body of my son as well? I will definitely be supporting this resolution. And I do appreciate, Mr. Berkman, your philosophy as well. It was one that I followed for 30 years of a nursing career, and even prior to that. I do care for my community, but you have to care for your body as well.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Commissioner Rhodey?
Yes, I just have one more thing. And that is, it does seem, oftentimes when it gets to be back to school time and MDHHS and local health departments are talking about the need to get our vaccinations in time for school. It often sounds like a dire situation, that we're in a crisis, vaccination numbers aren't high enough and things are getting a little scary. So I think it's important for us to take a look at some data on what waiver rates really are here in Ottawa County so that we can keep that in perspective with some of the other things that we sometimes hear. So the percent of children who who are waived for vaccination, meaning parents have come in and obtained a vaccine waiver with the health department, is 4.5%. The Michigan average is 4.9%. For our kindergartners, it's 4.6%. So the required years for vaccination is every year of preschool. If you do young fives, you'd be required to go in at that point. Kindergarten, seventh, and then seventh grade. So kindergarten and seventh grade are your standard check-in years for K through 12. So the kindergarten vaccination rate is, or vaccine waiver rate is 4.6%. Seventh grade is 3.5%. Childcare is 3.3%. So as you can hear from these numbers, out of the schools that are reporting and the childcare facilities that are reporting, with the files they're reporting, that's the very small percentage of families who are obtaining waivers. So we're not in a situation where we have masses of families going out to obtain waivers. I'm not saying that would be a bad situation, but it's not the situation that we're in right now. And I think we do have to balance that when we're looking at, the health of our community, when we're seeing things like allergies, autism, and, allergies, autism, I'm blanking on a couple of the things. There's four A's that are often associated. When we're looking at those things and what are happening with our kids, those are important statistics to consider as well, because it also affects the health of our community. So that's all.
Asthma and autoimmune, or those the two A's?
Asthma, allergies, ADHD, and autism. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Curran.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank everyone who has shown support for this resolution. I want to thank all of the commissioners who've made comments thus far. I believe that this is something that is very near and dear to my heart. Parental authority is a God-given right. We don't sign up to co-parent with the government, or the health department for that matter. When you have an organization that has over a $3 million operating budget and they call you in, much like Commissioner Rohde said, it can feel pretty overwhelming. We personally, well, we did not go through a vaccine issue, but we personally have felt that moment with our son when he was in kindergarten. He was put on an IEP by the public school system, and they were really trying to railroad and pressure us into providing him with ADD medication, because I kind of looked at it as crowd control. And at the end of the day, we ended up having to remove our son from that school and put him in a different environment that was a smaller class size so he could function well. But I've seen that. I've seen when $1 million operating budget organization kind of tries to push their agenda onto you and your family. So I want to say to all the parents out there to stand tall, to advocate for your children, that you do know what's best and what's right for them. And I will absolutely be supporting this.
Thank you. Any additional comment? Looks like no. So I'll add one thought. Seems like a great opportunity for unity and community. And I'm really thankful for this community. That is where freedom rings. So let's go to a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
No.
Mr. Bergman,
No.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rohde,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to pass number 10, committee reports. We do not have any tonight. We'll go to number 11.
Just, I think
Comment?
we both need to be excused if that's possible. My son has his first day of school tomorrow. I am actually teaching my first day of school at Black River Public School. So I am looking forward to being at school at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So with your indulgence,
We'll see you next time.
thank you very much. I appreciate it. I will
I'm
watch the
leaving
rest of
also.
the meeting online, so
We're-
I will catch your public comments. So thank you. My apologies.
Thank you, Commissioner Zalstra, Commissioner Bergman.
Thank you.
luck on your
We
first
are, we're at our second opportunity for public comments. And so if anybody would like to address the board, please feel free to come forward and you'll have 3 minutes.
Darlene Dykstra, Georgetown Township. I just have some questions and some of them are probably just rhetorical questions. Thank you for supporting that. Why should a parent even need a waiver for something like this? We don't want or not need government approval as to whether we inoculate our children or not. That just does not make sense. Number two, I don't know if I had all these ordered, but wasn't it the health department? I may be wrong on this. Wasn't it the health department that shut down Libertas a couple years ago? And if that's the case, why should we even trust the health department to approve or deny a waiver request? I think that's a very, very dangerous place to be. So it'll all rest on the health department as to whether my child or anyone's child could get the approval to avoid or to get a waiver. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm just watching the timer. Okay, Kristen Megan from Hudsonville. Okay, first off, thank you for passing this resolution. I agree with Darlene. I don't even know why waivers needed. Just so everyone knows, you can get past the waiver, and if anyone wants to know, message me. This applies for all states. As being in the military for a long time, I've always exempted my children from vaccines. But one thing I want to explain is our health department has 0 personnel credential to even give the risk and benefits. That is because healthcare providers have the goal to treat. People in my profession protect. So let me just tell you something. Asbestos is a fire retardant. It's chemical resistant. Halon is a fire suppressant. It's highly toxic. There are things that can work, but we have to look at how that impacts the human body. So I am not anti-vaccine. I am anti-injecting neurotoxins, carcinogens, and reproductive health hazards into tiny human bodies that cannot consent, and calling it preventive health is insane to me as an exposure scientist of 21 years. And there's people in the comments that call me a janitor because they think an industrial hygienist is a janitor. I have a background in toxicology. I have 4 science degrees, and my fellow toxicologist friend, her name's Ashley Everly, has a website. It's just vaccine.guide, and it gives you very simple information on the risk and benefits and the financial incentives. But I just want to say that if I am required by law for OSHA to engineer out the very same hazards that are housed as toxicants inside of vaccines, do we not see a problem here? There's formaldehyde, there's heavy metals. And when I hear people preach about how I need to do a duty and not be selfish for my community, I will be open here. I had a stroke from a vaccine on active duty. My husband who spoke here also has an injury from the anthrax vaccine. Neither of us have vaccinated our 19-year-old and 7-year-old daughters. Why? Because we looked at human and genetic factors. I am a double carrier for the C667T MTHFR mutation that I just learned about a couple years ago, which explains my stroke. So I've used that information and my background in toxicology to do that risk benefit analysis. And what I don't do is feed my children McDonald's and feed them junk food, nor my even private school's lunch, because it's horrible. I take care of my kids. Yes, they eat junk sometimes, but worry about your terrain. Take care of yourself. I'm on a personal journey right now to lose 30 pounds because I know that makes me healthier because I'm immunocompromised. But a massive issue with the health department because you have too many people putting out graphics that have no experience in the information that they're sharing, and it makes me completely irate. I don't want a job in your health department, Mr. Moss, but I will always be here as an ad hoc professional, and I can guide you toward those experts in toxicology, virology, and epidemiology. So I stand here not as a scientist, but as a vaccine injured parent, and it completely infuriates me, those graphics that I'm seeing, because they say those exemption has existed, but they didn't advertise it. Just like school exemptions, exempt your kids from standardized testing because you can.
Thank you.
Thank you for your vote on the resolution. I just wanted to add a little comment about FERPA protected medical information. Again, my name is Rachel Atwood. I'm also the West Michigan Director of Outreach for Michigan for Vaccine Choice. I am the one that helps with those waivers. And I've been helping people obtain those waivers for the past several years. But one of the warnings we have to give our members is that when they approach the Ottawa County Department or Kent County Health Department, is to not allow them to leave with your waiver and make a photocopy. These waivers are FERPA protected. There is private medical health information on that waiver, and it is meant only for the school. HIPAA will protect information your doctor has on your behalf. FERPA applies to school. And it concerns me that our health department is conveniently offering to email those on behalf of your child to the school. The health department should not have a copy of that FERPA protected document unless if they have obtained a signed permission from the parent to do so. So please look into that and make sure that's being done legally and that the parents are getting informed consent if they're choosing to give private protected FERPA information to the health department. Secondly, I'd like to speak in support of Mr. Jordan Epperson working for you. The reason I feel compelled to speak is because I hear people attacking him in the first public comment. And I also enjoyed reading 4 hit pieces by the Holland Sentinel on an assistant that seemed to rely on teenage tweets. I would like to know from personal experience that I've been working with Jordan Epperson for the House of Representatives, one-on-one managing an office for a House representative since January. And his work is impeccable. I have never seen a harder worker who is more diligent and more committed. I also saw him serve veterans that were contacting our office that needed assistance at the state level. Jordan's ability to advocate for constituents is unmatched by anyone else I've ever met in the office. Jordan also worked more hours every week than any other House employee who works for the House of Representatives. The work ethic of this young man is admirable. And the fact that he's being thrown under the bus because they took teenage tweets out of context doesn't represent his morality. Anyone who knows me knows I don't put up with crap. Jordan is not a misogynist. If I ever worked with someone who is insulting to me as a mother, a wife, a woman, or a human being, I would call them out. Teenage tweets don't represent the morality or the work ethic of this young man, and you are lucky to have stolen him from the House of Representatives to come and work for Ottawa County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave Moore, Allendale. I intended to send you a video and some pictures last night for discussion tonight. But I knew the agenda was full, so I chose not to do it. So I'm going to try to do it next time. So don't be surprised if I do send you an email with a video and some pictures in it for discussion. I would try to let the public have the same video so they can follow along. The other thing is I had said before, it seems we're in recall season. It has not seemed to disappear. And I see there's been a new recall attempt on a school board member in Allendale. First of all, I support Miss Ebel. She's a wonderful woman, a person of integrity, something our government needs. When listening to your vaccines and some of the statements made by board members, who do we trust? The government? The government that purposely gave Black men encephalitis? The government that purposely tells a farmer he can't use a driveway? But I guarantee if I had the right last name, like Bergman or Zylstra or DeYoung, I would have had a driveway. There's issues. I intend to make sure that all are treated equally and fair. If one board member is recalled, they will not be the only board member recalled. Because if we're going to go down that path, it's a path the community will take care of. The people that voted Miss Ebel in should be proud of her. And remember that all this mud that's slung at her is meant for them. There's one other thing, and it's hard for me to remember sometimes, but As far as the budget, again, I want to say, remember the last 3 years have been false. You've had COVID and 2 years of patching and throwing money at problems. Those are not the new standards for what the budget should be. We need to go back 2-3 years before that and take a good look at where should the budgets be, where are the funds at, and what's coming in and what can go out. Please don't fall into the trap and put our head in a noose that the government allowed to happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Donna Mooney, Georgetown. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I'm an American citizen. The COVID pandemic was created intentionally to exert control and diminish personal freedom. Some who come here in support of experimental drugs being forced on the populace are anything but the picture of health, yet demand we inject ourselves with these experimental death shots designed to make and keep us sick. The COVID vaccine is neither safe or effective, and there's plenty of peer-reviewed studies to back that up. We now have 2 control groups, and it's not the unvaxxed getting sick. We no longer have healing, nutrition, and immune systems being preached to the public. Instead, we have the medical industrial complex and their sick-for-profit control scheme they run with the government and the alphabet agencies preaching drugs and injections so they can make billions on the customers they create for life. I'm thankful to the new Board of Commissioners for resolutions that protect the medical freedom of every citizen. My body, my choice, as they say. Let's talk about something that didn't happen in Ottawa County, but very well could. Imagine for a moment that the government, with the backing of the World Economic Forum, wants your land and you're not willing to sell it. Imagine federal and state government in conjunction with the World Economic Forum holding conferences about building their 15-minute smart cities, and one of their targeted areas is where your home and your historic city with its small businesses sits. If you don't know what a 15-minute smart city is, I encourage you to look it up, and it's not nearly as rosy as the World Economic Forum makes it sound. Imagine for a second that a massive wildfire, and I use that term loosely, comes in and destroys your town. Or maybe it's a direct energy weapon, but who really knows? Imagine fielding calls from realtors wanting to buy your destroyed property for pennies on the dollar. Your city has been destroyed and needs to be rebuilt. Imagine your government in conjunction with entities that stand to make billions off your misery. Rebuilding is a 15-minute smart city complete with high-rise apartments, everything electrical and AI designed to keep you in your city and even locked in your small apartment if you don't comply with government dictates. Essentially an open prison monitored and managed by globalist elites making billions off your imprisonment. Now imagine Lahaina, Maui. The difference between truth and conspiracy anymore is about 6 months. Sadly, Michigan is ground zero for the planning and implementation of these smart cities, with the unelected World Economic Forum setting up shop in Novi. Also, please see geoengineeringwatch.org for more information on direct energy weapons and weather modification. Thank you, and God bless America.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment?
Thank you. I'm beyond grateful that you approved your resolution regarding vaccine waiver rights. When our welfare Medicare parents go to the health department, let's make sure that they know as well that they have a right to the waivers. I think there's a common, I could be wrong, but I think there's a common thought out there that I've got to vaccinate to keep my medical or financial benefits. And are they being, you said it's clearly at the website, and, you know, make sure that's served with a smile and, you know, respected as much as anyone else. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone?
Dan Zimmer, Port Sheldon Township. First of all, I'd just like to say something to keep things real. I have an acquaintance that got COVID. 2 weeks later, her parents got COVID. 2 weeks, both her parents died 2 weeks apart. Rest assured, it wasn't the vaccine that killed them because they were unvaccinated. Tonight for me is about FOIA. Nate Kelly's application went to Ottawa Impact as per Gretchen Cosby. May 18, 2023, FOIA 2023-008801-055 was responded to. FOIA was requesting emails to and from Gretchen Cosby and applicants. As per Commissioner Cosby's statement, Nate Kelly's application came my direction. That FOIA was deemed non-existence of records. However, as stated in FOIA response 2023-008802-144, emphasis added, in regard to your request from venues including Ottawa Impact or third-party headhunter, please be advised that FOIA does not apply to such private entities. Additionally, FOIA only applies to a public record which is defined in MCL 15.232 as follows. Emphasis added. Public record means a writing prepared, owned, used, in the possession of, or retained by a public body in the performance of an official function from the time it is created. Ottawa Impact does not meet the definition of public as set forth above. Well then, Nate Kelly's application from the time it was created was not possessed by a public body or performed as an official function. Not my words. Those stated by Jack Jordan, Corporate Counsel of Ottawa County.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment?
Jen Greenlee, Park Township. I am sorry for those that experienced a death or COVID disease during the pandemic. My own mother could have very well been a COVID death. She did die during 2020. However, she had been on hydroxychloroquine. And as much as the doctors wanted to keep testing her so that they could get a positive, it did not work. Now, COVID still to this day has not had one isolated autopsy proving COVID. Hello, the name COVID was a made-up word. Modified flu, whatever you want to call it, modified pneumonia. Where did the flus disappear? There were hardly any. In the hospital where my husband worked for many years, there was only one flu that whole time. One flu was diagnosed, but everything was being called COVID, even false ones. The threshold cycles of the PCR test were set so high, it could pick up on dead DNA, cell debris, the old flu ingredients, etc. But yet everybody's saying, oh, this is COVID. She's got COVID. She's got COVID. Gag me. I'm sick of hearing COVID and the COVID money, even up to $300,000 per COVID death. Excuse me, follow the money. The love of money is at the root of all evil. But not only with COVID, with every vaccination there's ever been. Doctors could get $400 a pop for a vaccine, and insurances cover it. Insurances also cover things like transgender treatments. Follow the money. Follow the money. The love of money is at the root of all evil.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment?
Chantal Martineau, Park Township. I didn't quite get to the end of Adeline Hembley's statement, so I'm going to read the rest of it. In addition to cutting general fund allocation, the commission is proposing to give up a significant amount of grant money, allegedly because of various political considerations. This grant money is used for various purposes, including preventing the spread of communicable disease and health risks other than COVID-19. This hurts Ottawa County taxpayers in a variety of ways and is fiscally short-sighted. These actions may necessitate large increases in fees for services that our businesses and citizens depend upon, and/or long delays for completion of services. If the commission moves forward with this level of budget slashing, I believe it will be a clear act of unlawful retaliation against me, Adeline Hembley, for bringing a wrongful termination suit for attempting to remove me as the appointed administrative health officer, and for the trial court's decision to grant me judgment on that claim. Moreover, such actions may subject the county to other legal consequences, such as the issuance of an administrative compliance order to the local governing entity by the state of Michigan for failure to demonstrate adequate provision of required services to the community.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board? Okay. We'll move on to,
I believe there might be some online. Is
Oh.
there some hands raised? It looks like it anyway.
thank you.
Yeah. Adria, are you there?
Yeah, yes. In the vaccination waiver resolution that was just passed, the board has recommended that the health department includes VAERS data in the waiver sessions. In the spirit of having all of the information available, I would like to share the following directly from the VAERS website. VAERS accepts reports of adverse events that occur following vaccination. Anyone, including healthcare providers, vaccine manufacturers, and the public, can submit reports to the system. While very important in monitoring vaccine safety, VAERS reports alone cannot be used to determine if a vaccine caused or contributed to an adverse event or illness. Vaccine providers are encouraged to report any clinical significant health problem following vaccination to VAERS, even if they are not sure if the vaccine was the cause. In some situations, reporting to VAERS is required of healthcare providers and vaccine manufacturers. VAERS reports may contain information that is incomplete, inaccurate, coincidental, or unverifiable. Reports to VAERS can also be biased. As a result, there are limitations on how the data can be used scientifically. Data from VAERS report should always be interpreted with these limitations in mind. Key considerations and limitations of VAERS data. The number of reports alone cannot be interpreted as evidence of a causal association between a vaccine and an adverse event, or as evidence about existence, severity, frequency, or rates of problems associated with vaccines. Reports may include incomplete, inaccurate, coincidental, and unverified information. VAERS does not obtain follow-up records on every report. If a report is classified as serious, VAERS requests additional information such as health records to further evaluate the report. VAERS data is limited to vaccine adverse event reports received between 1990 and the most recent date for which data is available. VAERS data do not represent all known safety information for a vaccine and should be interpreted in the context of other scientific information. Now, this information should be included if any VAERS data is shared by the health department so that parents can have full visibility of information and take it all into consideration appropriately.
Thank you. Is there anyone additional online?
Yo, are you there?
I am. Howdy, this is Joe Spalding. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. So I'm in Holland Township right now. I wanted to briefly talk about the why of vaccines. And it's not just because, and this really grosses me out, but when adults get chickenpox, they go literally everywhere, like the inside of your eyelids, inside your mouth, inside your nostrils, anywhere at all. And they're relentless for weeks. And the older you are, the more likely you are for those to be fatal. And, you know, there's some pretty horrific symptoms of some of these communicable diseases that we have a pretty firm control over based on the number of people in our population that are vaccinated for these diseases. And the thing that I think about most when I think about vaccinations is I think about my mother, who is a cancer survivor. You'll find that if you talk to enough Latinas, you'll find many of them have follicular lymphoma like my mom has gone through, and it's due to Roundup from working in fields. And you know, she survived because of a miracle drug that became available like 15, 20 years ago. You know, the thing is, her lymphoma, it's not gone. It's in a deep remission, and she's going to be dying with this cancer in her body. Probably not of it, but with it. But if it does come back, she needs to go on her regimen of chemo and other drugs, which is going to make her immunocompromised. And if enough of the population isn't vaccinated against all these communicable diseases, they instantly become deadly for her. So, like, that's just a hanging cloud over her head. And the thing about that is, I think that you guys, as the board here, have a fundamental misunderstanding of what the population inside Ottawa County is like. When Republicans, like tried and true Republicans, like Roger Bergman there, are pouring their hearts out talking about being concerned about the health of their community, they're not making that up. They're not part of some vast Marxist conspiracy. Like, the last board wasn't Marxist. That's a weird thing to claim. They really care about the health of our community. And when you guys put the health of our community at risk, I mean, like, the life expectancy in Ottawa County is longer than every county except for one, I'm pretty sure still, in the state out of 83, which means we've got a lot of really intelligent older folks who are concerned about catching these diseases because, you know, parents heard something misinformation and decided not to vaccinate their kids. And the last thing I wanted to say real briefly is Jordan Epperson made these disgusting tweets in his 20s in the last 3 years, like when he said, police bootlicker mentality among conservatives is the most gay and cuckoldish thing I've seen in my life.
Is there anyone else who would like to address the board? One more person. Welcome.
Yeah, and I just want to say thank you to all of you for all you're doing. Commissioner Grant, I appreciate your comments about the excessive budget and the coercion that happened during the COVID pandemic point of time. And I think that's a great lead into the budget sessions that are coming up and needing to look at how money is spent throughout the county. Thank you, commissioners, for all your work.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board? Or we'll move on. Okay. Moving on to number 12, additional business, report from the county administrator.
Great. Thank you, Chair Moss. Thank you to commissioners. We'd like to give you just a few updates on things happening. We all know that the budget process is in full swing, and I want to give a special thanks to our fiscal services department, who are always doing a lot of work, cranking out numbers during this time of year, and they've been doing an excellent job on that, as well as all of our departments who have been very proactive and communication back and forth with numbers and scenarios and things. So it's been a very good process thus far. I want to highlight a few things that we're doing this time that are typically not done and that have not been done in the past. One, as part of the budget packet that all the commissioners review, we are including grants and the intergovernmental revenue for your review. So you can see that in the context of the entire budget. Something else we're doing is including all the accounts payable, in other words, all the recipients of county funds, so that you can review the folks who are receiving that taxpayer money. We are including more information on staffing and personnel, and the presentation of the budget is more focused on departments and programs, and not less focused, but fund information. A fund is kind of a technical budgeting term, which is important. It's how we kind of categorize all the beans when doing the bean counting, but it's not as relevant to the public and sometimes commissioners, because people tend to think, I think, correctly in terms of departments and programs. So we are presenting the information more focused on departments and programs so people can see what stuff is being used on. So those are some things that we're doing that are typically not done. In addition, we have added 2 special work sessions for the Finance Committee to deliberate and review the budget. We have the second one of those just yesterday, as a matter of fact. That is something that's typically not done. So that has to give the board and the public more chance to hear and deliberate over the budget. And so I think all of those things combined do really add to transparency and just making it more clear to the public of what we're deliberating and what we're looking at for the budget. So I just want to thank our great staff, and again, thank our Fiscal Services Department for their hard work on that. Also, I did mention before, but we are looking very seriously at using budgeting software in the future. I think that will go a long way towards reducing the labor and man hours that is required to produce the budget and required to run different scenarios for the budget. Right now, we use a piece of software called Munis, which, wow, I have very negative feelings towards that software, and our finance folks, they should get like a huge award just for having to deal with that system, because of the amount of effort it takes to go in there and manipulate the numbers and produce scenarios. So they do a very good job at it. If we're able to use some budgeting software, and we had a demo actually from a firm that's out there, and theirs can plug into Munis, and it can let you do dashboards both for the commissioners and for the public, where people can go and crunch numbers themselves and look at different scenarios, and really automates a lot of that process of looking at different budget scenarios. So we're not having to go to our finance folks and have them produce an Excel spreadsheet with pivot tables, which is a bit cumbersome to look at sometimes and very time consuming for them. So we really want to reduce that labor load for them so they can increase their productivity. So I think getting some budgeting software will help with that. And I think we're gonna be in a good track to hopefully engage that, at least for a portion of the FY25 budget, so that we can really free up time to be looking more in depth at the program. So I'm pretty excited about that. You all passed the capital improvement plan. We did for that change the process as well. Previously, the capital improvement plan was voted on at the very same meeting that it was first presented, which did not leave the commissioners a lot of time to deliberate over it and ask questions. This time, we separated that out so that there was a week's space in between the first time it was presented and the time it was voted on by the planning committee. So we created a policy and planning committee special work session to go ahead and approve that a week after it was first presented, just to give the commissioners more time to deliberate and soak in those numbers. So that's something that has not typically been done. There's a few other things as well, but I'm excited about those changes. We'll go and look and see how we can continue to improve that once the budget process is wraps up here. A strategic plan is going to be underway. I think, given that we're new and we are thinking about things in a very different way, I think it's totally acceptable for us to take some time and look at that once the busyness of the budget season is over. So we'll be doing a deep dive on that, whether that involves doing it totally internally or maybe engaging an RFP process to have someone help us to look at that. That is going to be kicking off, I think, pretty soon after the budget process closes. Yeah, so those are just some points on the budgeting process and the capital improvement plan process that we've been looking at this year. Brown bags are on hold for the summer. A lot of people are out, so those kick off again on September 7th, and there are 16 more scheduled for the year. A Family Justice Center on track, not a whole lot of updates. We're making sure that changes are relatively minimal at this point. The schedule looks good. Again, we do have a delay coming from electrical switchgear. A lot of the larger companies out there have bought it all up. So it's hard to get those things in a timely manner. And so because we're looking at delays for that switchgear, the opening is still scheduled for early spring, possibly of 2024. So we meet on that quite regularly, keeping track of the schedule and the budget. Budget is in good shape on that as well. So yeah, those are the updates. Unless anyone has any questions at all, we'd be happy to entertain it.
Yeah, I could definitely say I've heard from several commissioners that they appreciate the increased transparency and the extended time to be able to look at the numbers, at the budget, to really dig into it. So I know that's a big improvement for the county, and thank you for driving those changes forward. Does anybody have any additional questions? Or we'll move on. Commissioner Curtin?
Hey, John, thank you so much. What I wanted to ask is, I know that there, based on our finance and administration meeting that happened yesterday, there was a conversation about reducing the health department's budget. I know that I'm assuming that you preemptively reached out to Adeline within the last day or so and asked her for those reductions. And I just wanted to make sure that kind of walk us through that process of how that works, what the timeline is, if there's like who's all collaborating on that, and if there's a need to extend that timeline, if that will happen.
Sure. So as a result of the discussions we had yesterday at the Finance Committee special meeting, and the conclusion of that meeting, I did go ahead and follow up as requested to the health departments, asked them to produce a scenario for reducing the general fund portion of their budget. And kind of the math behind that is, if you look at the health department's budget from about 2009 to 2019, it was relatively stable at a certain level throughout that time period. And the idea is to return it as much as possible to about that level. You see from 2020 up until, I guess, 24 even, there was a very significant spike in the spending of the health department. So the desire is to kind of move it back to what it was during that time frame. And we do know that for that period, 2009 to 2019, the health department was indeed providing services adequately to the citizens of the county. So we think that that is still the case if that level was maintained. So if you look at the general fund contribution, even just over the last 2 years, it's gone up by about 50%. Just in the past couple of years, and the population of Ottawa County hasn't gone up by 50%, nor has inflation. And so I do think it's reasonable to kind of step back and take a look at what's going on there. So that's a deal with that. Kind of out of respect and wanting to let the health department have a say in the matter, we did let them give us some scenarios on how they could accomplish that. And I think we'll be getting those in very short order. So I'm excited to look at the scenarios they come back with. But that's where we're at.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, or we'll move to a report from county commissioners. First one, let's see, report on the Ottawa County Farm Bureau agricultural bus tour. Who wants to start? Commissioner Miedema.
So all the county commissioners were invited to take a bus tour around the county last week, Tuesday, from 1 p.m. all the way till 7 p.m, and then followed by dinner. So it was a long time frame, but it was a very diverse trip where we were able to go to farms that were producing a variety of vegetables. Drove past a Christmas tree farm. We ended up at a dairy farm. We ended up at a historic farm out in Lamont. Went to a blueberry a farm. I'm sure there are a few others that I'm missing at the moment, but it was, for me, it was really neat because there was a lot of conversation that the farmers were able to tell us, not just the day in and day out, but I think we were able to see the impact that agriculture continues to have here in the county. I believe it's a cornerstone for the economy in Ottawa County, as well as a way of life for all who live here. So whether we're a farmer or not, we all benefit from the hard work of the farmers here in Ottawa County. And I was amazed at how much work actually ends up blessing not only our county, but ends up in many other states as well. And that was very interesting to me. So I was very appreciative, many of these farmers, to have us show up on their turf. That was pretty neat that they allowed us to come to their place and to be educated. We were the ones being educated. So for me, it was a very fruitful day of learning. So.
Commissioner Bonema.
I very much appreciated the opportunity to be face to face with our farmers. One of my big takeaways of the day was when we visited Visser Farms. And that was just because of the family legacy that's there and their complete dedication to providing jobs to young people that for many of them, this is their first job. These are young teenagers that are learning an incredible work ethic because they were working hard, getting everything crated up and processed and, you know, fruits and vegetables washed and ready for market. And it's a vibrant part of the fabric of what makes up Ottawa County. And I'm super blessed to live here and be in part of that community. I know at Zeeland Public Schools, we have a day where a lot of these farm families allow their youngsters to drive tractors to school and park them in the parking lot. It's something that everybody kind of admires and looks forward to every year. So I think one more takeaway would be just the extreme intelligence that it takes to be a farmer these days, and the severe I would say environment that they live in, where the government continues to change the rules by which they farm. And my heart really went out to some of these folks that are taking great risk to be able to provide fruits, vegetables, meats, dairy products on a consistent basis when the playing field continues to change on them. So very grateful for them. Thank you for taking the time out. Victory Farms did a great job too. We saw so many people working hard out there, but they opened up their lives to us, shared some of their concerns, and that's very valuable. So that's going to help inform our decisions and how we support them going forward. So very worthwhile. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I just want to thank Ottawa County Farm Bureau. It was an amazing tour. It really was quite educational for me. I am not a farm girl. I grew up in the suburbs and on military bases. So I learned a ton about the different aspects of farming and agriculture, and again, how federal policy affects our local farmers. So it was very interesting, and I feel like I've always loved the beauty in the farmland in Ottawa County, but it kind of like opened up like my book is now in color. So it was very, very informative. So thank you.
Anybody else? We'll move on to report on the Cultivating Resilience 2023 conference. Commissioner Miedema.
That will be me. So I attended last week, Thursday, a conference called Cultivating Resilience. It was the 4th annual Cultivating Resilience Farm Field Day that was put on by the Ottawa Conservation District, the Outdoor Discovery Network, and Allegans Conservation District. We also had MSU Extension involved. Our Department of Strategic Impact was there, as well as a few other collaborating partners. And that day, there were many farmers that came, as well as some elected officials, to learn a lot of different practices that promote soil health, improve water quality, as well as just a lot of practical conservation knowledge. I really enjoyed listening to, there were some farmers that really discussed some of the successes and challenges they've had with implementing different conservation practices such as no-till and cover cropping. That was very informative. There was some drone discussion about kind of looking at now in the present as well as possibly in the future about possibly seeding and spraying using drones. So that was an interesting time. And then also talked about a lot regarding soil health. So when Commissioner Bonema brought up about extreme intelligence it takes to farm, I very much agree with that statement, as well as being able to pivot to changing practices. But they discussed things such as soil color, the presence of plant roots, crop residue, soil organisms, and discussing how our management decisions impact the soil properties. And then there were a lot of different booths that farmers could go to during the breakout sessions and visit a wide array of hopeful supports to them. It would have been very interesting to see the feedback that we were given, like a survey at the end, to share what we thought about the event. And it would have been interesting for me to see the responses that the farmers would have. I very much enjoyed the lunchtime to be able to connect and rub shoulders with some more folks in agriculture. So it was, for me, it was a great day just to realize how much they're having to think through. It's not just about getting out on the field. They're having to be very well educated as they work their farms. So.
All right. Thank you. And seeing as we've reached the end of our agenda, we will adjourn 10:59. Thanks, everybody.